We simply exist to live, to keep living, and then die. What's up, everyone? I didn't know how to start out today's stream. Uh, uh, uh. I usually have something to start this off with, but I don't know. I don't know. No thoughts today this morning, unfortunately. I've been kind of running around the place, all over the place. That's what I mean to say. I've been kind of running around all over the place today. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to just sit down and like chill. But yeah. How's everyone doing today? I am not tired. Actually, it's kind of nice and also kind of sucks. I woke up this morning, right? And I thought I was going to be tired. But here I am. Actually, yeah, it hasn't happened yet, now that I think about it. The whole... Man, I can't wait to just start the stream and get tired all of a sudden. That's just what's gonna happen. It hasn't happened yet, thank God. I bet you it'll happen in like 30 minutes though. Ready to just pass out again. But yeah, I went to sleep. I went to sleep pretty early last night. I ended up missing a lot of things because of that, but moreover, I don't know what's happening with... I guess my circadian rhythm is off. I was thinking about this last night. I went to sleep pretty early and then I woke up at like 1 or 2 in the morning. And I was like, shit. I woke up, but I don't want to... Or I don't want to, but I can't go to sleep. I can't go back. Something like that. Maybe I just took it as some kind of like nap. My body did, at least. And they were like, no, you're good now. Go do what you gotta do. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna. The natural instinct, right, is to like grab your phone. Grab my phone. Check it, be like, did I miss anything? But this time I was like, no. You know what they say? That blue that blue light keep you awake. You gotta stop. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. I'm not gonna look at it. I'm only gonna look at it for the time. So I was like, what should I do? The first thing I ended up trying to do was write. Not like I'm not like writing a book or anything. Well, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not writing a book. But I've talked about this before, but I gotten a whiteboard recently. I got a whiteboard, and there's just a space on it where I'm just like, free space, you know. It's just, if there's anything you want to just fucking draw or something, just here you are. The rest of the whiteboard is like sectioned off into like tasks and schedule and notes, you know. But like there's one space, one corner where just like write. You can write, you can draw. I'll allow you that much. I'll allow you to do that much. And I just wrote about the thoughts that I was having. Could I tell you what they were? No. Not because I don't want to. I don't remember them. I realize I have so many like throwaway thoughts that I'm reminded of just like randomly in the middle of the night. And I was like, nah. What are we drawing? What are we drawing? I don't know. What are we drawing? I don't know what we're drawing. I didn't actually draw anything. I just like wrote. I just wrote and I wrote stuff. I don't. Do I remember? No, I don't. If anything, what I was doing was I was just writing my thoughts out loud for me to be like, okay, this is what I'm thinking. Cool. Okay. Nice. Move on. Next thought. But then I was like, I can't like note this down. I like because it's not a notepad, right? It's not like a, because I take all of my notes like digitally, right? And I was like, I'm not gonna remember any of this. So I was like, what am I gonna do? And I was like, should I read? And then I went over to my closet, right? And I was like, what am I gonna read? What's being read today? I was looking, and I wasn't looking for like a manga or anything. I was like looking for like an actual book. I do have like just a tiny amount of like actual like novel books. I'd say about like 10 or 15. Most of them from my childhood. So they're like novels for like adolescents, but they're novels nonetheless, right? And I was like, oh, what should I read? I was looking at them, and then next to it, actually, next to the books, I have like some folders. And then next to that, I have like my larger books, you know, like the ones that aren't novels. Maybe like an album or something. And there, I actually saw my high school yearbook from my graduating year. I was about to say what year it was. Tells you what year I graduated, tells you what age I am. I will not say, but I will talk about it because I was like, oh shit, my yearbook. And I decided to just look at it. Look at it for like, I don't know how long I looked at it for, but it was like probably 30 minutes. And I was reminded of all the stories that I had told during stream. Well, not stories, but like things that happened during high school. Me being in the band, me being in the choir, me being in the orchestra. I was in all three of them. Then there was a page about the musical that year, which I wasn't a part of, unfortunately, but I did a oh, I was bummed about this. This is what I'm trying to say. I wasn't a part of the musical, but I was like basically like not the head, but I was like I was a major contributor to the snack bar during the musical, or the intermission like bar, you know what I mean? Because the musical had an intermission where it just like stops. It's like, okay, we're gonna take a quick break before we come back, and the people and then the audience, they can go into the cafeteria where they can buy food and like at a store stand. I managed that. I managed one of them. There's two ends of it. There's one on one end and one on the other. I managed one of them. And that's how I got all my community service hours. I hadn't done any community service outside of that. And I'll tell you what, it was pretty fun. I know I talk about this a lot, but I can never see myself in customer service just because I don't really like dealing with people in general. I don't know if I should say that. Streamer doesn't like people. Only likes people that he likes. Surprising? No. But yeah, I just decided to be like, sure, I need this anyways, and I enjoyed it. It was cool. Could I work like an actual customer service job? Hell no. I hate that. I hate the thought of that. So it's not gonna happen. But yeah, there was this one moment when I was doing that where my side, we had actually run out of pretzels. We ran out of like baked pretzels. And then we were like, I was like, do I need to go run and grab some more pretzels from the other side? And they were like, yeah, sure, go for it. And I'm like, okay. And then I don't know how long our the lunchroom was. We went it's a rectangle, the lunchroom. It's a rectangle. But it and each store was on like the long end of the rectangle. So I had to like I'd say about like 30 feet. 30 feet? Does that sound right? Hold up. Let me just... Where's my tape measure? Where is it? Hold up. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, like 30 feet. That's 1 foot. Yeah, I'd say 30 feet. Okay. Ran 30 feet. Back and forth. To get that stuff. Pretty. And while I was doing it, there were people, I don't know who said it. It was probably like the person that was working the shop with me. They were like, yeah, Hase, get it. And I'm like, uh-huh. Yeah, look how cool I am. I'm so cool. But no, seriously, like, the only reason why I bring that up is because I wholeheartedly expected that my name would be, because they credited everybody by name, right? Who worked on the musical, including like stage crew, who manages the stage, right? Manages the stage and the crew. The cast just like does all the, it's like the manager position in like a sports team, like that. And yeah, I wasn't there. My name wasn't there, and I got sad, but I kept reading anyways. Yeah, so the musical, and then there was clubs. I wasn't a part of any clubs. Actually, that's a lie. I was part of the acapella club. Don't you see? Don't worry anybody. What is that song called? Is it a Beatles song? I need someone. Nope. No, what we did one song that I remember we did one song after school, and it wasn't memorable, obviously. But we did it, and then the next day I'd come in during study hall. The teacher in study hall, he was like, "Hey, do you guys know, like, yesterday before I left the building, I was hearing this song before I left. Were any of you there?" And it was a song that we were singing, and I was like, "No, I don't know." I lied to him straight to his face, mainly because I didn't want to talk to him. The teacher's cool. He is the teacher that started the whole Feet Master story, but at the time I was just like, I don't want to talk. Please leave me alone. Acapella, and then it was, they do this special thing for like all the they do the special thing for all the seniors that day or that year, where they're like, well, you know, the senior quotes, the senior pictures. Boy knows what I'm talking about when I say this. Or I don't know, have you seen this picture? My picture in the my picture in the yearbook, instead of it being just like a normal like ha 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 smile, ha 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 ha, I'm graduating, I did like a smolder, and then like I did the pointer finger and thumb under chin move. You know what I mean? You know what I mean when I say that? I did that. And I chose that for my thing. And then my quote was, actually no, I don't want to say my quote. Then people will really know. Any like 10 of them that decided to pay attention. But yeah, I did like the smolder and like and I left it in the yearbook. It was, and to be frank, despite how cringe it might have been, it was my most popular picture that people took because we got like little cards of our pictures, right? And the this quack quack death is coming for me. Quack quack. God help me. God finally out of this hellhole. But yeah. The sad thing about that whole thing is that like there are like no pictures of me in it. I wasn't very popular in school, right? So there weren't like we had like a compilation or yeah, a compilation of like group pictures that had us in it. All the seniors. And I was in like one, but it was like a far away shot while I was like doing some work for like a teacher. And I was in the background of a lot of them. That's the unfortunate part. I wasn't even what's the word? I wasn't even like visible in like the full group pictures because some of them I was absent for, and the other ones I was getting blocked by people taller than me because I always like stood in the back. And I'll tell you what, I'm the most averaged heighted man in existence. All right, I am a solid 5'7", almost 5'8", and basically everybody in front of me towered over me. The only people who wouldn't have covered me are the people who stood in the front, and they were usually really short. I was really like, God damn it. I was like, there's like at least 3 pictures in that yearbook where I was just like covered. It's not like I'm not too beat up about it because if I was visible, I'd be more concerned if I was more visible because then I'd be like, they're gonna look at this picture and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, what happened to this guy? Cut to me talking about it on stream, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's good because they're probably not gonna remember me in the first place. However, there is one thing in that yearbook that will always be like the most like confusing to me, and that's after the compilation of pictures, right? They're like superlatives, like senior student superlatives, where it's like, oh, what were they? The most popular, I think, the best hair, best photographer, best fashion, you know, that stuff. So it's like, oh, who's the best in this category within this grade, right? And the thing is, everybody had like their own. There were a lot of people. There were a lot of superlatives. There were like I'd say about like a full classroom's worth. So like I'd say about 20 or 30. Or like yeah, I'd say 20 is the right number. And surprisingly, I actually got one of those superlatives, and each superlative has like a picture with it, right? So I'm like, okay, whatever, I'll take the picture. And it was actually at the time it was a good friend of mine who took the picture for me, so I wasn't that like ugh about it. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll take the picture. He was a part of the committee, so I'm like, okay. And I took it, and I'm like, okay. And then I asked him, I'm like, what superlative did I get? You know, you want to know what superlative I got? You shouldn't expect this out of me. Like from today on, but I legit got the most optimistic. That was my superlative. Sorry, I've been messing with my tape measure the entire time. But yeah, I got like most optimistic, and I'm like, what? What are you talking about, man? Me? You heard me? You heard me talk? about anything. To be fair, I had quite the face in school. Not like I was like fake or anything, but you know, I put on the whole like I don't want to bother anybody, so you know, but I like things to be as like I don't want to bother anyone, but I like things to be as like, you know, in control as possible, and you know, the best way to do that is to like affirm people. You know what I mean? Like be nice, affirm people, you know, that kind of like it's okay. I'm sure it'll be fine, even if something bad happens. You know, I was very much like that. I was a people pleaser. All right, so you won't call me that. Fine, I'm a people pleaser. Very much so. And that landed me a spot in the most optimistic. Don't expect that out of me though. I see myself more as a realist than anything else. But yeah, weird, right? Fucking weird. I was thinking about that last night, and then I read all my like the signatures that I gotten, like the messages that I had gotten from other people, because that's what you do with yearbooks. Yearbooks. I don't know what was that. That's what you do with yearbooks. You just like once you get them, you're like, you want to sign it, and I'm like, and we're like, okay. Sign it and give a little message, and then go on with the rest of your life. Very fun. I got sad reading them though, because they're like some of them were sentimental, some of them were were like throwaway, you know what I mean? Like the people I didn't know, they were just like, good luck with everything, and I'm like, okay. And then some of the closest people I was with, they were like, you fucking suck, man. Yeah, one of my favorite ones was yo, Hase, for the entire time I've known you, you've been nothing less than sexy. Or something like that. And I'm like, hell yeah. That's my boy. That guy's funny as fuck. I haven't seen him since. I didn't even get to see him when we went on that trip after we graduated. So it's just been a while. It's happening. I told you. I fucking told you. Oh, God. I'm telling you, man. It just happens. I click the start streaming button. I sit down. I'm like, okay, ready to stream. Talk. You're tired. You're tired. Stay tired. It's annoying, really. Frankly. Yeah. I read that, and I was like, maybe I can go to sleep. I didn't. I couldn't. So I was like, what else should I do? And then I was like, maybe I should actually read. I looked at my books. I'm like, I don't read any of these. Excuse me. Damn it. Yeah, I was tired. I'm not tired. I wish I was this tired when I was going to sleep. Could I fall asleep if I was streaming? That's what I'm starting to think. I'm starting to think that I could just fall asleep. Not that I'm gonna do that. Maybe if there, maybe if I can do some kind of private stream, maybe that'd be funny. The stream where a guy just sleeps, it's privated, and then you just see it. It's like, when did he stream this? Oh shit! 8 hours of content, hell yeah! Like the 5 diehard Hase fans out there. And then it's just like 8 hours of silence. Maybe like a snore every once in a while. But I don't think I snore. Ow. Ow. But yeah, I couldn't go to sleep again, so I I but I was like, maybe I don't want to read. And then I was like, what should I do then? And I'm like, maybe I don't want to read a book, but maybe I want to read some manga. So you know what? I decided to open up my little drawer that had my manga in it, and I was like, what should I read? And I was like, you know what? You know what needs a good rereading? My 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 Yuri manga. For those who don't know, I have back when I was in high school, I had bought as kind of like a joke while I was on a field trip. I had bought this we were at a place that had a Barnes and Noble, right? And in Barnes and Noble there's a manga section. There's a manga section there. And in that manga section there was a little Yuri manga anthology called Eclair, I think it's called. Let me grab it real quick. It's right next to me. This one. Yes. Yes, Eclair. A girl's love anthology that resonates in your heart. Yes, that is legit what it's called. You can search it up. It's like girls wait, hold up. Wait. Eclair, like Hibiku ni Anatani Hibiku? Huh? I swear I saw like the Japanese name for this somewhere in here. Anatani Hibiku. Anata no kokoro ni hibiku? Something like that, right? Some that resonates in your heart. First of all, there's such a charm to reading like physical manga. I don't know what it is, but I did end up like reading the entire thing right last night. This entire book, the first volume of the book. I should clarify, because there's 4 volumes. I have 3 of them. I mainly bought the 2 because for completion's sake, but I do want the 4th one just because for completion's sake. Nothing about me like specifically liking Yuri. Not that I shame anyone that likes Yuri. It's just I just want reading. It's like heartfelt, romance more than ooh girls, Actually, not a lot of these. There was one story in this book that was like, this is weird. And it was this. There's a story with like elementary school kids in it. There's like this one thing where this girl and this other girl that was like popular had like a secret river base activities that they did where they like picked plants and like gave each other like flower crowns. But then like the transfer student came in and she was really knowledgeable about all that stuff, and then like the really popular girl just like the really popular girl ended up like bullying her, like ripped up her notes being fake to her. And then like the main character girl, who was the friend of the popular girl, she was like, what are you doing? And she's like, this is our secret. And then the popular girl got exposed by the transfer student, and then the main character girl was like, I don't know if we should be doing this. And then the popular girl was like, after all the friendship I gave you. And then she let go of her hand. And then the main girl like apologized to the transfer student, and she was like, do not worry, little burr. I do not hate honest people. And I was like, why is this in here? Why is this like elementary school ass drama in my girls love anthology manga? I came here to read about girls kissing, not like 7-year-olds fighting. Hello, Sock. How are you doing? To be fair, to be fair, anthologies are kind of the exact, they feel like the exact kind of like format that I kind of dislike stories in. You know what I mean? Actually, no, you don't. But I really dislike stories that this is the main reason why I don't like this is the main reason why I don't like movies that much. Movies are not enough. There's not enough time in a movie for me to care about what's happening in the movie and care about the characters that the story is happening to. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't like movies. They usually don't have enough time for that, and for it to be like longer, like it's gonna be a bigger budget, and that's why shows are kind of more lean to my thing. But I still don't watch shows that much. And anthologies feel like just like a bunch of like not tiny movies, but you know, like short films packed together within a manga, right? Or a story. That's what this is. But you know, I didn't hate reading it. As something to kind of get tired, it didn't really help, but it did help me stay away from a screen for you know, the hour that I read it. I didn't even get to read the rest of them. I spent an hour on this volume alone. I started reading this at like, I'd say like 3:20, and then I stopped reading at like 4:20. Blaze it. Girls kissing, hell yeah. Look, man, anybody can kiss anyone. I don't care who you are. Look, man, as long as your story is interesting and engaging with me, and I vibe with all the characters, you can sell me on a story. I think that's the most important thing to me. I still like every time. Ow! I pinched myself on my drawer. I'm trying to have a thought. Please, just give me a second. Yeah, but like every time I like I engage with a new media, I'm like, yeah, the characters are always gonna be the most important thing to me in a story. I really do love like a really well written character. I'll really like over like the plot of the story that they're in. What book are we talking about again? We are talking about a girls' love anthology called, it's a manga called Eclair. A girls' love anthology that resonates in your heart. Yes. That is what it is called. It's a manga. It's a physical manga that I bought as a joke when I was in high school. And then I ended up buying the two volumes that were out at the time. And now there's a fourth one that you know, I want to buy for a completionist's sake. But yeah, this is just about girls. Eclair, like the dessert? Yes, like the dessert, but without the last E. Without the last E. They don't spell it with the last E for some reason. But yeah, it's really weird because the cover and the front cover art and the back cover art and also the first story. You read that kind of stuff. I told you it was a joke, and then I bought the rest of it because it was completionist sake. No, I didn't. Yes, I read all of them. Yes, I read the first one. Yes, I bought the other two after I read the first one because the other two were out, and I was just like, sure, why not? Yes, I read Dick Fight Island. No, I didn't buy the rest of Dick Fight Island. There is no correlation between that. Is there any connection between them? No, I just felt like saying it. Yeah, but like the front cover art, the back cover art, Do you know what Dick Fight Island is, Sock? Oh man, we're gonna get into this. Search up Dick Fight Island. Do it. Search up Dick Fight Island. I'll pull it up right now. Not on screen, but I own the manga for it. The first volume of manga for it. Dick. Every time I open this book and I remember the store, me buying it, and the whole situation around what happened, It always is. It is always funny to me. So the reason why I bought it, right? The reason why I bought Dick Fight Island is because it was like a meme. It was like a meme. It's like a meme manga that was like that my friend had shown me while we were in school. And she was like, she didn't, it was obviously a joke. Where can you even buy that? I bought this at a Barnes and Noble. I don't know, you guys have Barnes and Noble, right? The bookstore. They sell it at Barnes and Noble. Yeah. My friend showed me like a meme of it, and like she told me what it was about, and I was like, okay. And I was like that at first. But it was really funny to me. It was also really funny to me just because the concept of it is so ass. It's such like forced yaoi. You know what I mean? It's just like, why the hell would these people on an island like have only the guys talk, or have only the guys like fight out who would like rule the next king of the islands by, you know, engaging in, you know, acts that may you know why would the goal of the fight need to be that they need to come? Yeah, but it's about like 7 islands in like a group of, it's about 7 islands that are like all like under one like kingdom / hierarchy or whatever, and the king is decided through this competition where they were like these dick guards, for lack of a better term, right? And the way they lose is if they come. Why? Your guess is as good as mine, because I barely remember reading this. You know who I feel bad for the most when it comes to this whole situation, me owning Dick Fight Island? I feel so bad for my brother. He was the one I asked to buy this. Well, now you know. Now you know. That's what happens when you come here. Don't come here. That's what happens when you stop by the stream. Knowledge is power. I'm not sure. It's one of those too bad. It's too bad. We're here now. I don't want anybody but Matthew to touch me like that again. That's a line from this book. I'm not going to read this, but yeah, I feel bad for my brother because he had to stare the cashier in the face and be like, yes, I'm buying this. There's no like self-checkout at a Barnes & Noble. You just have to suck it up and be like, I'm buying this book. This book is being bought by me. You remember my face. It's been a long time, so they probably don't remember it. The cashier, I mean. My brother obviously does remember it. But it is, I feel so bad for that guy. for having to buy it. And then we bought it. And the thing is, we bought it at a Barnes & Noble, but we bought it at a Barnes & Noble in a mall. Also, I'd run into like an underclassman at that same mall that same day. When we were, thank God it was as we were leaving the it was as we were leaving the Barnes & Noble. Instead, so the book was in the bag. But I looked back and I was like, oh, they're taking care of their little brother or something like that. Okay. I was gonna talk to them. I didn't know them. I just knew that they were an underclassman. But yeah. We walked out, and that was the first stop that we had made at the mall. We had the rest of the mall to go. But we were like, we're hungry, so we're gonna eat. And we decided to get some food. We decided to stop by the food court, which was right outside, and we decided to eat some food. And I, being the very clever boy I am, was like, let's see what this book's all about. Let's just read it. Let's just open it right in the middle of the mall in front of everybody, you know. I'm sure nothing's gonna happen. I don't know what happened, but I take the book out of the bag, and then I open it, right? I open it, and it's just, you know how I said, like, they usually have like dick guards, and they're usually just like wrestling, and they're just trying to make each other come, right? Yo, when they usually do that by, like, you know, means that aren't too extreme in terms of doing the coming. You know what I mean? There's usually, maybe there's a hand, maybe a very, I think the standard was they used their hands, right? The standard is that they use their hands. The guard comes off and they use their hands. Or if it's spicy, they use their mouth, right? But I opened that book. Yo, it was just two dicks, just like tip to tip. And I'm like, whoa, in the middle of the mall. And I'm like, whoa. Really, I was like, what the fuck is happening? I opened it, I saw it, I closed it, I looked around, I saw that, I think Izu was with us at the time, and he was looking at me, and I was like, no. No. You're very enthusiastic about this. I just needed to, like, put this into, like, the clearest context, and, like, I need to set the scene. I really needed to set the scene for that, because I was just like, okay, so they have guards, they need to come, okay, there's hands, they're just in this. It was, I closed it, I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have bought this. And then I went home, I read it that day, and I was like, Jesus. This, first of all, the story sucked. It was not good. It was not a good story. I didn't care about any of the characters. Like, all the relationships, they didn't feel forced, but they felt underdeveloped. Like, when I mean they didn't feel forced is, like, obviously the childhood friends are gonna have, like, I understand, like, the feeling behind that. But it was like, the guy comes home, he's childhood friends with two other guys. The two other guys, they like each other. But, like, the whole conflict, because they're all like the heirs, so they all participate in the tournament. So there's, like, this whole thing where, like, they fight, one of them loses, one of them, like, runs away crying, and then one of them goes after the other one, and they're like, do not cry. I do not like seeing you like this. Or something like that. It was not supposed to happen this way, or something like that. And he's like, hey, you really felt that way about me, they kiss me right now. And then they did it in, like, the middle of the forest. It was really weird. And I didn't care for it. I was like, sure, I mean, I guess, but, like, you know, the match, the tournament, I want to see the tournament. Really, look, man, it wasn't good. There's a reason why I didn't buy the rest of the volumes of that manga. One, to not put my brother through that again. Two, it's not even worth it in the first place. It was good for the memes. That's all it was good for. It was good. It was good as a meme to tell my friend that I bought Dick Fight Island. That's the main reason why I bought it. Buying that book. Really thought you were a completion. Not here. Not with this. This usually things have to earn my respect in order for me to complete them. This didn't. It feels like a fever dream, like a fetish fever dream. Someone's fetish fever dream. I don't know whose. That whole book. To be fair, there are probably a lot of like BL books that are like that. You know what I mean? Cause the people who print that book, like they specialize in BL. Not mine though, definitely. No. I don't know. Yowie. Whoa. Who am I? Fudanshi? Whoa. Look, man. before anyone else who might hear this misunderstands. Look, I just want to see a good story. I don't care if it's boy on boy, girl or girl, straight, non-conforming, unconforming. You know, like I don't care. Like I cannot stand. But seriously, like don't matter to me what they got. You dig? Yeah, you dig? Yeah, I understand that completely, man. Good romance is good romance. But dark romance? I've heard about that. I've heard about dark just in general. Is that like bad stuff? Like, how bad does it get, dark romance? Like, what does dark even describe in the first place? Like, kidnapping, abuse, words I can't say. Oh, ooh. Scary. Stockholm? Well, that isn't great. Oh, like stories that focus on the romance of like. Ooh, that's not fun. Cause there are stories like that I do think are intriguing. I like dark-wise, I mean, right? Like there's Happy Sugar Life, which is an anime about a girl that kidnapped like a child that she's in love with, but more than it being focused on the relationship between the kidnapper and the little girl that she kidnapped, it's more focused on the kidnapper herself and like her kind of like demented ways. I heard Killing Stalking Man. Is it? Oh, that's dark romance. Or wait, is that even romance? That is romance, right? It's Killing Stalking. I unfortunately also did read Killing Stalking. I didn't read all of it. I read, okay, spoilers for Killing Stalking. If you ever care to read that, even though I think it's over, right? Yeah, so if you haven't read it, read it. If you don't care for it like I do, then who cares? I read up to the part where like, what was it? They went. Oh no, this probably happened right at the beginning. The main character went into the house of the love interest, and then he ended up like getting like. He ended up seeing something in the basement, but he ended up getting caught, and then that's when they entered the relationship. That happened right. Whatever happened after that sequence is what I read up to. I could not read that, man. There, like, that was the first instance of me being like, ugh. God. This sucks. I hate reading this, so I just stopped. Unfortunately, I was very young when that happened too, so it did leave an impression on me. It was not great. I hated reading it. You read it out of spite? And I think that was very intentional. I'm worried because when I read it, and at the time, kind of when it was kind of a big thing, I knew the audience for that stuff was like like girls my age at the time, which would have been like young teen, like early double digits. You know what I mean? Even though it is clearly meant for like what, 18, it's 18 plus, right? Like you knew there were people younger than that reading that stuff. And you look at that and you're like, ah. And there were like people who really liked it, and I'm sitting here and I'm like, why? Why? Why are you reading this? This sucks. Why would you want to read? Why would you want to read this? It scares me. All I gotta hope for is that they they're able. I think I just underestimate how many people there are in the world actually that can read stuff like healthily. I mean, you know what I mean? But yeah, just like, ooh. It's one of those. You know, your sister told you to read it. Your sister is one of them. Like a goddamn car crash, I tell you. The entire book, the entire story, it was like one car piling on another. It's just like, oh god, someone T-boned another car. Oh god, another car just hit them. Gosh, oh god, a truck just rammed into them because they couldn't stop. Oh my god. A fucking car came out of the sky because they were transporting it and they forgot to latch the door. Oh my god. Yo, there's a camel. You know, like, just like... Everything. It was... Thank god I stopped. An 80 car pileup. Yeah, right? Yo, the bridge is falling. It's just like, oh my, it's one disaster after the next. It sucks. It's like, I didn't like it. And if you like it, that doesn't mean you have bad taste. I just heavily imply in what's the word? I just heavily incentivize, rethinking that. But I want to read fantasy adventure stuff. Yeah, just give me like a dungeon. Give me some cool characters in a dungeon and it'll be all good. I was actually... What I wanted to talk about, since we're talking about bad stories, should I say this? Yeah, I'll just say it. I was watching... Actually, recently, over the weekend, I'd gotten a video for actually a Danganronpa fan project that's actually pretty big on YouTube here. I'm not gonna say it because what I'm gonna say about it is kind of, I'm sorry, but I just wanna talk about it. You read it's so disappointing. Oh. But yeah, it was a Danganronpa thing that I was reading or watching. Spoilers? Yes, spoilers. To be fair. Should I say it? It is spoilers, but then I will go do what you gotta do, man. It was not great. Actually, will I go into spoilers? I'll try to go into not spoilers as much as possible. So there were in that fan project, it was a fan project, by the way. So it's a project that uses uses the concept of Danganronpa, but you know, it has no ties to the actual story, to my understanding. But I was watching it, or I was listening to it, and like the first trial, I only watched the trials, if I'm being honest, because honestly it's the only part that I'm interested in. I only watched the trials, and I was watching the first trial, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is okay. I mean, it if anything, it's a bit rushed, and like, but it's like trial one, you know, like it's a bit rushed, you know, the people are coming back and going back and forth. Um, there's some characters that I like, there's some characters that I don't like, but like that's every Danganronpa game. But like, you know, the results I'm satisfied with, like the mystery I'm satisfied with. The motive, it was kind of ass, if I'm being honest, but you know, it's the first trial. I can forgive that. And I'm like, okay. And then I watched the next trial, and I'm like, wow, this trial is, I think, even better. I like this trial. You know, there's like emotionally investing parts. There's parts where, you know, characters get heated for like valid reasons, and it feels natural, right? So I'm like, okay, third trial. Okay, there's less characters. Some of the characters that I did like, unfortunately did die, but you know, that's okay. It's bound. It was bound to happen, you know. Sitting here listening to them talk. The trial starts, and they start with like this event that I didn't watch because I only watched the trials, and they're like, wow, why'd you do that, you weirdo? That's immediately like suspicious. And then they kept going, and then I was like, wow, this feels so like it almost feels like pointless, some of what they talk about, because it feels like there's a lot of dead space within it, where I was just like, why are you guys talking about this? Can we move on? Please? Like, if I was a character in it, I'd be like, guys, fucking lock in, please. And then they kept using, and they're gonna keep using this line. They kept using this line of like, she wouldn't do that, or he wouldn't do that. Yo, I wouldn't do that. And I'm like, that's not real. Please. That's not a real like excuse. Like, maybe this is more of my frustration, I think, with the characters more than like the actual writing. But to be fair, the writing, they used it a lot. And I'll tell you, it's spoilers, they'll use it even more, and I'm like, okay, whatever. And then like, you know, they explain the crime. It's like, it's a pretty brutal crime, so it's like, ooh, uh-oh, a lot of bad things. And then like the culprit gets exposed for honestly the dumbest reason. And then they fucking go like wacko, and I couldn't stand to watch that. So I was like, whatever, yeah, yada yada yada. They didn't die, you know. And then the next trial, this trial was okay. The next trial was okay. The fewer characters there were, the more it started getting like, you know, you're hearing the same characters talk, you're hearing like them say the same things. And I'm just like, yo, fucking, and they have the same like habits. And one of them in particular really started to tick me off at this point, because there's this one specific character that, despite the fact that I think he's right, he is so fueled by his emotions that he's like unable to like fucking like, he says these things, but then he like engages in things that go against what he says, and then I'm just like, yo, what the fuck, man? Why are you being such a hypocrite right now? Because he's such like, he says things like, he's very smart. He's a very smart character, and he's able to like reason things out, despite he'll do it kind of backhandedly though. He's able to reason things out and give things that he says and that needs to be done purpose, you know, like it doesn't like, there's this part where this might be a sensitive topic, but one of the victims, he did self-mutilation. and that was exposed during the trial. And one of the characters who was like close with the victim, he was like, no, those are unrelated, and I don't want you prying into that. And someone else was like, but that's kind of suspicious, no? Like, what that might be related to the crime. And then like the guy that I'm talking about right now, he's like, he was a cutter, right? He straight up just said that. He said he was a cutter. He asked that. The guy who's close with the victim said yeah. And then he was like, okay, so that clears it up. Like, it's not related to the case. And I'm like, yeah, good. I'm glad someone was able to help move that forward, because that was, whenever they do shit like that, I'm just like, stop fucking, stop. You're halting progress for your emotional being. Stop. Spoiler done. I'm trying my best not to go into spoilers. I actually was just talking about something that happened in one of the trials of this fan project. But yeah, I like this character. But as he went on, he was just like, he kept getting worse and worse. And I really dislike that. There was, as the trials went on, as there were more trials and less characters, the writer needed to write more. And the way they did that was, oh, we need to go over the points. Let's go over these points. Oh yeah, so I found this. So I ended up doing this. Why didn't you do this? Because I didn't have enough time. Why did you have enough time? You're being inefficient with your investigation. No, I told you we didn't have enough time, and you're not in a position to talk because you weren't even able to investigate because you were trapped in some place. And I was like, and it's like, God, that doesn't matter. Why did you do any better? And then they kept doing this back and forth. And then it always ends with someone else being like, shut up. And I'm just like, yes, shut them up. Move on. And they do that constantly. It kept, as the trials went on, they kept doing that. The later the trial, the more like, they keep arguing. They keep arguing over arbitrary stuff. You gotta stop. It was so annoying. It got so annoying to the point where I couldn't even finish the last trial. The whole thing was like 2 hours long, so I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll just do this while I'm listening to something else, right? But in like the first 30 minutes, they had like these two characters had argued with each other 3 times already, and I'm just like, yo, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. I can't deal with this anymore. It's so much. It's so much. I can't. I just wanted to consume like some Danganronpa brain rot, and I ended up just being like, yo, these characters suck. I hate the fact that like at least one of them is gonna live. Assuming it followed Danganronpa rules. I didn't even finish watching till the end. I was just like, this sucks. This sucks. And if anybody watches this and they figure out what I'm talking about, and they know, and they're a fan of of the work, yo, if you can enjoy it, fucking enjoy it, man. My opinion doesn't matter, but like, it is unbelievable how like just how infuriating it got, you know. Oh, so it was really, it was I miss good characters. I miss having characters I liked and cared about. To be fair, I didn't watch the whole thing, right? Like, I feel like I should be invested in these characters more than, you know, more because I'm only watching the trials. Because if I was watching like the rest of it, I would be like, no, this is some there's a reason for this. But as I am right now, and honestly, as I watch those trials, it didn't help me. It didn't help me engage in the material. Okay. Enough of that. Enough of that. Was there anything else that I wanted to talk about? I'm trying to remember, actually. Not really. Not really. So I think we can, we can, yeah. That's it. Okay, sorry. I was just checking something real quick. So I think we're good to just move on to the game, yeah? No? Yeah? 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 Okay. Hold up. Give me 1 second. I gotta set it up then. Actually, before we actually move on to staff for case, or staff for Reborn, I mean. Hello, gamers. Spoilers. Before, actually, spoilers. If you haven't watched basically the entirety of the Stafford case, either if you haven't played the entirety of Stafford case or watched the Stafford case streams when they were happening, go watch them. You just go. Go watch them. You will not get the full enjoyment of this game if you do not know what happened during those games. At least you have to at least have watched, I'd say, like the last stream. If you want to do the bare minimum, watch the last Stafford case stream. Yes, it's 8 hours long. It'll be worth it when you watch it, but it'll be worth it if you watch it and then watch this one. But in order to watch that one, you should watch the ones before it. So that's why I'm like, just watch the whole thing. Or play the whole thing. Be my guest. Support the game. Stafford next game is coming out at some point, and you know, support it. Support Tetrapod, the Tetrapod company. Because I want them to keep making these games. They have a timeline, and they're gonna follow it. But yeah, seriously, it frustrates me to no end. Watching that. I want it. I want it. I want this so bad. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Sorry, I started looking at something else. Alright, give me 1 second. I never even got to listen to the voices of the Stafford people. Can I listen to them real quick? I'm not gonna be able to listen to them IRL or in time. I'm not gonna be able to play it on stream, but I'm going to listen to them right now. Okay, but first, before I listen to them, hey, this is what happened last time on the stream, by the way. If you want a real recap, so if you don't want the recap, leave. If you didn't watch the last stream, leave. Go watch that stream. Go enjoy the story for yourself. Really, you should. Characters are so good. But yes. What am I trying to say? Right. Last time on Staffer, our sergeant killed our boss. Our sergeant killed the chief of administration or the crime and detective work, something like that. She killed him, and then she ran off. And now, Note, main character of Stafford case, became the sergeant of the new Phenomena like Bureau Detective Division, and now we have Madan as working with us too. So now it's just Note, Brian, and Thina all working together. Redfins is somewhere. She killed the boss. Honestly, that's it. Okay, hold up. I'm going to listen to these character voices real quick, and we're going to sit back and enjoy them. Well, you aren't, but I am. Because I just honestly, they should have done this way earlier, just so I had a better reference for them. But here we are. So let me just. That's his voice, huh? I just listened to Note's voice. He sounds a lot younger than I thought he would. Okay. Yeah, he sounds way younger than I thought he would sound. Okay. Redfin sounds how I expected her to sound. Oh, these are all Japanese, by the way. So I want I want the why is this girl voiced? I don't understand why this girl's voice. Wait, are they no, okay. Why did they voice that very? Okay. Yeah. Brian sounds the same too. Yeah, Brian sounds the same. Or Brian sounds how I expected him to sound. Athena Tenna? They said Tenna, but it's Japanese, so I can't put a finger on it. Athena Tenna? Sure. Redfin sounds Redfin sounds a bit more rounded than I thought she would, if anything. That's it though. And then Notrix sounds younger than I thought he would. Why why is this girl voiced? Yeah, what? Yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. That's the same voice. Okay. Enough of that. Sorry. I just wanted to indulge in that real quick. If you want to listen to them, not here. Mainly because I don't know if I'm allowed to. Okay, so you got your recap. I got my recap. I listened to some people talk. I also, I'll be frank. I wanted to talk about this before. I don't know if I sound like a bit on edge today, but if I'm being completely honest, I recently got invited to this project thing. This project. I don't know how secret it is, so I'm gonna be as vague as possible. I got invited and accepted into this project thing that that I'm doing, and I've had, to be fair, I've had a lot of eyes on me. So, hey, I've had a lot more eyes on me than usual, is what I mean to say. So, hey. Oh, wait, I should turn this off. It might be a bit loud, just in case, though. Oh, it isn't. Bless. But yeah, I've had a lot more eyes on me than I usually do. I got, I mean, I mean, over the last like 2 weeks, basically, I've gotten more subscribers than I have than in the past like year before that. So yeah, I'm a bit nervous and I'm scared. I can't operate like I normally do. Okay, oh. It's Korean name. Okay, so it's a bit quiet, isn't it? We need to turn it up a bit. Sound, please. Sound, please. I don't know how loud I need it to be. How loud do I need this to be? Tell me. It's okay. So, let's play some games, shall we? Play some games, shall we? Now that I'm about to start the game, it's making me realize how hungry I am. Not hungry. Am I hungry? Oh no. I did eat this morning though, so it's weird. Before we start though. Hold up. Hold up. Cool. Just another drink. A snack. It just died, Pepsi. Let's start. Let's start. 1980s. Or 1890s. When I came to, I was already lying in a pile of mud. Already the 6th time. No, it might have actually been the 7th. Looking at the holes that had been drilled to my army cap, I realized I had already died a number of times. And I had been revived after each death. Maybe it was some grand joke that God played on me, but I had the ability to come back to life. From the moment I discovered that ability, I started running through enemy fire, shooting blindly as I did, and dying on repeat. After a few hundred times of doing that, suddenly there were no more enemy soldiers in front of me. When I looked back, I was a war hero. That was only the beginning. After that, I took part in 5 more wars, and I received 4 Medal of Honors. My deaths numbered in the thousands, but for every one of my deaths, I killed 2 of theirs. My entire lifetime was a cycle of death and resurrection on the battlefield. But even now, that comes to an end. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it too, I need to check my audio. Give me a second. Completely forgot that this happened. Hello, me talking right now. Hello, me talking right now. I need you to talk right now, man. Yeah, you're talking? Cool. Okay, sick. I just needed to look at that real quick. Because I did change my mic. I'll talk about that later. Daddy! My vision is growing dim. Oh, I'm dying of old age. He's dying of old age. And the voices of my children
calling to me scattered like a mist. True death has come to me. Finally. Even I will be able to sleep that long slumber. Finally. What I've been hoping for this long, long time. Death. Where'd everybody go? Who's this stayed behind? Nurse? Is that you?
My apologies, but I'm no acquaintance of yours.
Then, who are you? Where are my children? Where's the nurse? Are you the Grim Reaper?
No, not yet at least. In fact, I'm an inspector, so to speak.
An inspector? What's going on here?
Lieutenant, you've been through this very situation hundreds of times. The scene around you changes like a film, but the process is lost in your memories. Lieutenant, you are unable to die. That's why I'm here.
Did I come back to life? Are you saying I even come back after dying of old age?
Yes, and you'll die of that once more in about 15 minutes. Then you'll come back to life, though your memories will be erased. For about 3 weeks now, since the 22nd of this month, you've been repeatedly dying and coming back to life.
3 weeks?
Your final memory, the one of your son and daughter standing over you, that happened 3 weeks ago.
That happened, but you're saying it's a memory from 3 weeks ago. As a side effect of my coming back, I've lost 3 weeks of memory. No. More importantly, if that's the case, when will I be finally able to die?
I'm not sure yet. There's good possibility your inability to die will stretch onto eternity.
Don't be ridiculous! Just end it already! Kill me! Kill me! Do it now! This wasn't always meant to be this way. God wouldn't give me this ability at zero cost. This never made sense from the beginning. To think the dead could come back to life.
Actually, it's not exactly what you think it is. Your case might be quite novel here, but where I'm from, it's quite uncommon for people to have a particular talents. We call these people staffers, and they're able to bring their abilities under their control and carry on with life. Lieutenant, your ability to resurrect is no God-given miracle. We call them skills, and yours is one of a number that follows a strict set of rules. If you figure out the rules that your skill follows, you may be able to break this chain of death and resurrection. In order to discover these rules, we may need to resort to radical methods, and of course, there's no guarantee we'll succeed. But if this is what you desire, I promise to give it my all.
Death is nothing special for me at this point. It doesn't matter what you do to this body of mine, so... Please let death take me just as quick as you can.
Then I'm on the case.
Thank you. Where'd everyone go? Who's this who stayed behind? Nurse, is that you? Are you the Grim Reaper?
Yes, of course. Lieutenant, for you, I'll become the Grim Reaper to grant you a natural death.
And that is the end of the game. That's the basic concept of this game. I can't stand here any longer. It's already been 2 hours.
Sir, I have to ask you to have some patience and give her a little more time. I'm sure the inspector is doing everything in her power to save your father.
Or is she doing everything in her power to get the money she's made me sign over? Damn. Right when I heard she didn't want payment in advance. I should have known not to hire her on.
I think he's taking his concerns way too far. But it would be good if we knew what sort of person the inspector was. I'll go have a look and report back. Regardless, it's time to switch out the IV bottles. Excuse me, it's just me, the nurse. Please, come in.
Nurse, who is this woman? Where did my children go?
No need to worry, sir. They're both waiting outside. If you'll just rest for a moment, they'll be right back in.
Right, I see.
Sorry to disrupt you. I just need a moment. Changing out IV bottles. Rough work. That it is. How's your job coming along? Well, I just finished my preparations.
Preparations? Are you joking?
Sir!
It's already been 2 hours. And you're just now finishing up with the preparations?
I remember no time constraints in the contract we signed. If I save your father from his death, you pay me $100,000. Our contract only consisted of that single line.
Right. Only one line. But I could still fire you at any time I'd like.
Fine with me. However, do you think any other inspectors will be willing to take on your case?
Just get to your feet and get to work.
There's no one else willing to try. In order to do this, I'm gonna need a few things.
What things? You're not going to say you need the money, right?
Of course not. Just a few simple items. I'll get them for you. What do you need? First of all, I'm gonna need a knife and a gun. Oh, also a nice pen, if that works, or a pencil, if you wouldn't mind.
Are you insane?
Do you not have one? Then I'll settle for everything except besides the pen.
You think you're being funny? Are you planning a murder?
Sir, you've got to calm down. She's probably just got an idea. At least, I certainly hope she does.
Damn it, nurse. Do what you will then. I'm not playing any more of her games. If you want to continue how you see fit though, you're gonna have to prove your skills first.
My apologies. Please understand that he's just doing this because he deeply cares for his father. He may be prone to getting worked up and saying things, but he set aside all of his work to stay at his father's side. Yes, it certainly seems that what you say is true, but I slightly suspect the reason he has for staying close. For the writing utensil you need, I can give you my pencil. For the knife and gun, though, I'm afraid I don't have those on hand. If you're able to prove your skills, the lieutenant's son may allow it. Can't be helped. Shall we start with this, then? What are you gonna do with that? First, we need to figure out his skills connection. Connection? The lieutenant's skill. His supernatural ability is, as its simple form, resurrection. The resurrection skills can be separated into two main types: regenerative connected resurrection and temporally connected resurrection. Regeneratively connected resurrection is a skill.
Oh, it started. Oh, it started. It started. Yeah, it started.
Regeneratively connected resurrection is a skill that accelerates cell division in order to restore the bodies to the condition it was during life. So, you can think of it as a planarian, yes?
Planarian? Also, I can save, right? Sick.
If that were the case, there would be differences in his body before death and after arrival. Temporally connected resurrection, in contrast, is quite different. There would be almost no difference in the body before and after resurrection. In the end, it'd be like turning back time to before death. That's how the skill works. Most resurrection skills fall under the regeneratively connected category. However, with the lieutenant here, I suspect that we may have a case of the latter. Thus, I was first planning to verify which type the lieutenant falls into. And that's why... the pencil's for? Correct. You can stay and watch if you'd like. So... excuse me. Lieutenant, let's begin. Our goal is to end this cycle of repeated deaths. So, first of all, as gently as possible, we'll have to kill you once or twice.
It's just like stab him with the pencil. Okay, so look at all this stuff. Basic concept. We are playing as the lieutenant. We are trying to solve the case of why the lieutenant is constantly dying instead of passing on with life. I love the black white. Yeah, the aesthetic is nice. We're trying to solve why this guy is constantly dying repeatedly instead of just passing on due to time. But the thing is that he has a skill. He has a resurrection skill that allows him to be revived. But we are unable to. But an ordinary lieutenant. Yes, we're playing as a lieutenant. We're just trying to solve a case. Basically, that's all we know so far, I think. Guy keeps dying. We're trying to solve it. There's his son and then the nurse.
This is worth looking into, but I should look at the lieutenant first. My priority is to use this pencil to figure out what connection his skill has. That is worth looking into, but you should...
Fine. You like my pencil?
Conversations are well and good, but we should use this pencil first. I may be able to see something quite interesting.
Gosh, fine.
Circle, triangle, and star. Excuse me? Pay me no heed. Just talking to myself. Now, Lieutenant, if you'll stay like this for a moment.
Oh no, we're the investigator, not the lieutenant. The lieutenant is dying. Cool.
Good drawing. As expected, the X was the simplest. What are you doing? You think a star would have been better? No, it's not what I meant. I'm just wondering, why are you drawing on the lieutenant's face? Didn't I explain it before? I'm seeing if the lieutenant's resurrection is regeneratively or temporally connected. Yes, I remember that part, but what's that have to do with the drawing? Well, if you give it a moment, you'll find out.
Uh,
50 minutes have passed. The lieutenant has been revived by skill. Yes, I've seen this 100 times. Have you? Then you should see what's changed immediately. Excuse me? What's changed? What do you... Take a look at his face. Ah!
Okay, 1 second. If it's temporal, then he wouldn't. Sorry, yeah, no worries. They have to do the thing where every character is dumb so that the investigator just describes it.
Nurse, where's my children? Who is this woman?
The drawing on his face. As expected, it's temporal. If this was simply regeneration due to cell division, there'd be no reason for the mark that I made to be gone. So this is a temporal connection you up there. So this is the temporal connection you talked about? You're a fast learner. That's correct. The lieutenant died, and then his body returned to the state at a preset time. That's why the mark I made disappeared with it. That also explains the phenomenon he's experiencing where a certain amount of memories are lost with each regeneration. As his brain is returned to a previous state, the gained memories are erased. To put it in bureau terms, this is resurrective temporal regression. Temporal. The Bureau. That's the institution that controls people's superpowers, huh? I heard once that they operate in places where supernatural powers are a commonplace. Yes. And that same institution classifies skills like this, using defining characteristics.
Sounds like torture. Yeah, for him, it absolutely is.
First, the skill name. Next, range. Since the lieutenant's regression skill seems to only affect his own body, we can just write down under 1 centimeter. Finally, we have the condition list needed for the skill activation. It's a rather dated term, but we like to call it a catalyst. The lieutenant's resurrection skill is triggered by the death of his body. That's it for the basics needed for the proper bureau file. Whatever characteristics don't fit into the boxes are detailed at the bottom here.
It's like Groundhog Day, but you're 15 minutes away from teacher. Yeah, right. Like, it's the horror movie, just like the horror movie. What is it called? The movie with the birthday man. Happy birthday! It's your birthday. Now there's a baby man coming after you. What's that movie called? But yeah, Groundhog Day is the layman's term. But time keeps moving forward instead of you going back in time. You just don't realize that time has been moving forward.
Normally, I'd have to fill out this page from top to bottom. But since I got nothing else to do right now, we'll just have to fill this in one line at a time. Inspector, I can see now that you're well versed in these supernatural powers. It seems like you're the right person for whatever's going on with the lieutenant. If you break down his skill like this to figure it out, is it going to be possible to stop this phenomenon? I'm not sure. But if we're going to put a stop to the lieutenant's never-ending cycle of death...
I'm very uncreative. Happy. Oh, is it actually? It might be. That sounds familiar. Happy death day to you. You're dead. Happy death day to you. You're gonna die.
If we're going to put a stop to the lieutenant's never-ending cycle of death, we'll need a cause. That's going to need a general understanding of his skill. That's what I think, at least. These skills do defy the existing laws of physics, but that doesn't mean that they make every possibility possible.
Not too bad, the movie. I don't remember watching it. It came out. It is a pretty old movie, from my understanding. Honestly, we might try that. We asked for a knife and a gun too, so we might just, like, I don't know, shoot him real quick. Give a real shot.
The range, conditions to trigger a skill, and so on, they show an existing set of rules and limitations. The lieutenant's skill has its own set. Finding out what that is should give us a clue onto that could allow us to stop his repetitive loop. And for that, we're gonna need some tools. By tools, you mean the knife and the gun you mentioned before.
And I could read the rules. Nah, don't worry about it, man. It's one of those. This is one of those, like, I've talked about it first. Yeah, it's an old movie, but I don't remember it that much either.
Correct. Could you procure them for me? Mine were confiscated on arriving here. I'm under direction of my employer. I can't be handing out weapons under his roof. Also, even if I were so inclined, I mean, I do understand your position. You can't just be handing out guns to people you just met. Sorry. It's quite alright. It's much less interesting, but it seems we'll have to start off with more peaceful options. Peaceful options? To be perfectly frank, it's much less flashy than it sounds. It just means that we'll have to resort to conversation for a while. Ness, could you tell me everything you know about the resurrections you witnessed? Oh, so? I'd like to get as much as I can from the lieutenant.
Oh, my eyes are open. What is happening?
You just like look at him. I would understand if his eyes were like closed, but he is awake for this. He's just not saying anything.
That won't be a problem. From what the doctor says, he's only got a few days left. Yet under these conditions, he's maintained his right mind to an unprecedented degree. Though, I'm not sure that's the best news for him. I would have to disagree. Just maybe. What we're about to hear from the lieutenant could be the thing that saves him. Come to think of it, Ness. Would you happen to know the code that opens the safe in the wall? No, but I imagine the lieutenant would know. Huh? But that safe is... Inspector, I do hate to say it, but I believe that safe is normally hidden behind a landscape of a painting of a landscape. I got rid of that. It was in the way. Indeed. I guess asking the lieutenant for the combination would be the fastest method. I should hurry and ask him for the combination to get this open. I'm not sure why you would want to open that safe, but if he allows it, I won't get in your way.
You like her hairstyle? Yeah, it's cute, huh? It's really big. It's a big hairstyle. It like doubles the size of her head. Like if you imagine, you don't see my cursor, but like I feel like her head would be like at least like a little bit below where her headband like starts, like the middle of the headband. So she just has like a fuck ton of hair, but in all the right ways, huh? Yeah, I get that.
A long time ago, I used a pencil to crack open a safe. Ah, is that so? Indeed. After dusting prints with a graphite powder from a pencil, I found which buttons the owner of the safe had been pressing. That's an interesting approach. Impressive. But this safe doesn't have a keypad, so that method won't be much of use. True. Unfortunate, though. Indeed. What was that about? Strange conversation we having?
Yeah, let's do everything that isn't talking to him.
Would you mind if I check the drawer of this vanity? Sure. Sure. Knock yourself out. Actually, I already looked. The only thing I found in there was a picture album. Are all inspectors like this?
Or she have a big ass head. Big eye. Nurse, your head is gigantic. You have like a Megamind brain in there. Right? Her head is just... Because like the headband, right? It rests where her head would like end, right? Or at the... It would rest on like the top of her head, right? Assuming. That's a giant head. Look at her. She could put her face on a, like, you can move her face up and her face would still fit in her hair.
Have you ever looked through that album? No, I knew it was in there, but I didn't peruse because I thought it would be rather rude to do so. Great. Then we'll take this chance to peruse it together.
Who came up with that? Just it's black and white. We'll never be able to tell. Like even through textures, you can't even tell. Wow, your head is. You have like reverse headphone head. You know what I mean? You have reverse gamer head. You just have a part sticking up. Jesus, girl. How do you get that?
This child. From the hair color, I don't think this is his daughter. So probably his son? His son. The lieutenant's son who's giving me a loud scolding before.
The bumpiest of skulls.
So, who's this girl? She's his older sister. She's out on business right now. But before the lieutenant got like this, she was always helping me out as earnestly as she could. Aha. Do they have any other siblings? None. The lieutenant married so late that he must have had his son when he was nearing his 50s. I see.
That does check out, doesn't it? I'm trying to think. He was in the war in the 1860s, and then wow, yeah, that sounds right. What is the timeline here? Yes. This is the next picture.
It looks like a picture of a son and daughter when they were children. From the fact that they're wearing school uniforms and standing in front of the school. They must have had taken this one during one of their school orientations or some other event. Then that would make the woman in this picture their mother. I never had the pleasure of meeting her, it seems. But it seems so. I also remember taking a photo with my parents in front of my school on my first day. Is that right? I envy you. However, I don't see the lieutenant in this picture. I wonder where he is.
Fighting the war. I don't know.
This is just something I heard, but apparently the lieutenant's wife passed away from an illness when she was in her 50s. This must be her in this picture. Yes, I do believe so. This must be the last picture they took of her. The picture next to it seems to have been taken on the same date, but the mood in each picture is completely different. That's a picture taken of the lieutenant and his troops. The lieutenant is the man in the center with the neatly trimmed beard. You can recognize him that easily. The impression I get from him now is quite different. I've seen this picture before. He seems quite old in this picture, but it looks like he went off to war then too. He was no ordinary soldier. He went off to battle well after the age of his retirement. Heroes are a different breed. Well, regardless, serving in the military at this time must have meant that he wasn't able to be there for his wife during his final days. This looks like the lieutenant with his son. I see they were able to have a picture taken together. Lieutenant? It seems like the lieutenant's son worked hard nursing his father back to health. This is the first time I've seen him like this. Honestly, it's quite surprising. In truth, the lieutenant never held his son in a very good light. Aha. Regardless, seeing him at his father's side till the very end, he's quite the devoted son. Yes, it's quite admirable of him.
Whoopsies. Whoopsies. I read all this already.
Finally, I'm starting to see the lieutenant I know in these pictures. And the person next to him is the young lady. That's the lieutenant's daughter. Even back when the lieutenant was in good health, the young lady would come by to see his father about once a week. The lieutenant seems to care for his daughter very much. Does she live close by? No, not really. She lives a good 2 hours drive away. Quite a devoted daughter. I haven't seen her around though. As I said, they were very close, which only makes this situation harder on her. Fortunately for her, the lieutenant's son said that he'd take first shift watching their father, so she returned to her work. I see. From what you're telling me, they seem to be the perfect family.
Or are they? Are they really? Who knows?
It's just two of them here, but they sure do look happy. The lieutenant adores his daughter. So in his will? In his will? Ah, silly me. Pretend you didn't hear that. Oh, but of course. Absolutely. From her voice, it sounds like she'll make it a point to never forget. That's all the pictures then. Thank you. I wouldn't have been able to make heads or tails of those pictures by myself. That's why you wanted to take a look at the album together. I'm not sure how much help this is going to be, but I should at least jot down the notes about what I've learned.
Well, I didn't look at all of them. There was specifically one I didn't look at.
Who's this in this picture? I don't know. I don't think it's the lieutenant's son. I think I see some slight differences in their appearance. Then someone else even you don't know? Yes. After all, I haven't worked here for all that long. I see. Under normal circumstances, I'd say it's quite likely that this is some secret child he's been hiding away. I don't think that's what we're seeing here. Who is this? I feel like I've seen him before.
Whoopsies. Anyways, that's it. I can talk to the nurse. I can also look at the notepad.
Is this a notepad for recording the patient's condition? I don't know. I didn't bring it. I think it's been there since yesterday. There's nothing interesting written on it. Now at least. Excuse me? If you look at the top edge, there's a sign that a page has been ripped from it. You're right. You think someone wrote something on there? The remaining pages have pressure marks from the pen. If you know the way, you can tell what was written on it before.
Who are you? Where do my children go?
That marks another 15 minutes past. The lieutenant has arrived again. Well then, shall we start again?
Pencil on notepad.
You know, every time you write on a notepad, you leave faint depressions on it. From those marks, you can make out what was written before. Normally, it'd be better to use a few tools of the trade, but let's go ahead and use his pencil to restore the message.
I look like Lieutenant when I'm old. Lieutenant is like kind of the majestic old guy, you know what I mean? Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, he's kind of like the perfect blend between like old and wise looking, but also like he's like one of those like good looking old guys, you know what I mean? Like the kind of like, damn, he still got his features from when he was younger.
When I lay the pencil flat like this, are you gonna color the page in with that pencil? I did that quite often when I was a student.
I date him.
Indeed, a similar idea. It looks exactly the same to me, but the technique is different. But you shouldn't press down that hard. Oh, and you should lay the pencil flatter. Give it here. I'll do it. Ugh. You've got to color it in lightly, or the writing jumps off the page. Just to clear things up, there are no misunderstandings. Normally I use more professional means. Right. However, I'm clearly not used to such amateur methods. But of course. Here, well done. Good work. It showed up quite well, despite not using my more professional methods. Yep. Sad I couldn't see your professional ways of doing things firsthand. This woman's surprisingly annoying. I'll be sure to show you next time. Well then, shall we see what the note says?
Oh. Can we see what the note says?
So now that the note's been restored, that only leaves your investigation. If I were to make a few more passes with the pencil, wouldn't that make the note jump out all the more? Don't. It's perfect just how it is. I feel the pride you have in your work. Well, that's because it was hard work restoring it. No. I haven't done anything yet. Weren't you about to draw on me? I was? No. Alright, next time then. Next time, you'll get a note from me. Okay? Ask what you will.
I don't want to talk to you. I'm looking at the notepad.
So, if we have a look at the notes written here, this looks like a list of numbers. Was someone jotting down some numbers to remember? There are numbers marked X and numbers marked O. Does that mean that some were correct and incorrect numbers? Nurse, what comes to mind when you see this? Sorry, from one look, nothing rings a bell. As expected, then. Well then, shall I take a guess? Thinking about what I've looked at so far, there may be something that connects.
Oh my god, are we logicking? Oh my god, we're logicking it out. In logic mode, you have to use information recorded thus far to combine clues. Select the information you need now from the insert report and click the Combine Clues button below. Any red text is selectable. Oh my god. This. I forgot this was in this game. Yes.
Here it is. What? That's the photo album? Look here. The numbers on this notepad and those in the album. Don't you see? Ah, I do! That's the It's that the numbers on the notepad are the same as the dates in the pictures in the album, yeah? Indeed. A reasonable assertion. But why would someone go through the trouble of writing all these ones? Writing all this out? Plus, what do all the marks mean? No way to know. However, it may be good to talk to someone who does know. After all, the person connected with all these pictures is right in front of us.
I want to look at it again.
The notepad needs no further investigation. I should check something else out.
Okay. Let's talk to the nurse.
Ask what you will.
Lieutenant,
Would you tell me what you know about your employer? He is perhaps the most renowned soldier in this neck of the woods. I heard that not only 20 years ago prior, he went to war and served his country. His room is quite modest for someone with such a stature. I don't see any medals on display. He was also quite surprised by that at first. Or I was also quite surprised at that at first. He served his whole life in the military, but he almost never brought up his life as a soldier or his time in the wars. Then what did the topic of conversation normally lean toward? At times, family. Family. I wish I could learn more about that.
wow, you really want a family, huh, Lieutenant? Or investigator?
Speaking of which, there's something in that drawer I found during my investigation that pertains to the family.
I'm dying again.
That marks another 50 minutes. The lieutenant has been revived.
Whoopsies. I'm sorry. I'm not going to draw on you. I can't believe I just wasted 5 minutes on that conversation again.
I started working here about a year ago.
An hour ago?
Back then, I was in quite the bind after leaving the hospital I'd been working at. However, the lieutenant and my father were close friends, so he ended up hiring me on. How did your father come to know the lieutenant? My father was also a soldier. They even served together at one point. Served? Yes, they went to war together. Then your father is also quite the patriot. That's what everyone tells me. Honestly, in my eyes, my father is just my father.
There's nothing else, right? Yeah. Alright, Lieutenant.
Shall we go with something more realistic looking this time? Do you really have to draw on him again? No. Then would you kindly desist? Then next let's. No, you said you don't need to anymore.
You were gonna draw on me, bitch. Don't draw on me. I don't need. You already know.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Who are you?
But of course. Would you believe it if I told you I was a Grim Reaper?
The day has finally come.
Yes, basically. Excuse me, Inspector, if I may. Yes, what's the matter? Are you lying to him? I've been talking to the Lieutenant for the past 2 hours, but explaining the situation properly to him, it does take a considerable amount of time. Our conversation stretches on, and before you know it, the Lieutenant has died, resetting his memories. Thus, I need to hurry our exchange along as quickly as I can. The Grim Reaper lie has proved to be the quickest way of achieving that. It also makes the Lieutenant quite cooperative. I appreciate it if you'd consider this a bit of Inspector wisdom on my part. Lieutenant, you have the ability to revive after death. Regarding said skill, could you go into more detail?
Ever since I came back from the dead was precisely 7 years ago. It was the first time stepping foot on the battlefield. Our goal was to take the beach, launching a surprise attack on the enemy. As we approached the drop point, I remember not thinking about anything in particular. I simply kept ranked and followed the soldier in front of me. But then suddenly a shot rang out, and that's when the fear took over. Everybody started running like madmen, and I followed suit. When I came to my senses, I was splayed out staring at the sky.
What was that? He died.
Precisely, though it took another 10 deaths or so to realize that. People with strange abilities, I heard that such people were used as tools, but I never thought that would happen to me.
Staffers only started appearing at large numbers around 50 years ago, so thinking back then was only natural.
It was quite strange. It was quite the strange miracle that happened, but of course, I lashed out to my new ability back then.
Excuse me. Just have to stretch real quick.
I only remember thinking one thing. I've got the ability to survive. I raised my gun and started firing, running as I did. I must have died dozens of times after, but when I got a hold of myself, there wasn't an enemy soldier around. Suddenly, I was a hero.
It's like hearing about a legendary character from some mythical story.
Nothing so grandiose. Heroes in real life, they're just another means to win a war. Well, I'm not sure if that answers your question.
It does, but there's one part of your story that sticks out to me. Lieutenant, it seems you leaned on this ability to revive and use it as a blitzkrieg technique. That's how you say that, right? Blitzkrieg? 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 Craig, who are you blitzing? Blitzkrieg. Got it. Blitzkrieg. But after reviving, were there not bullets or any shrapnel in your body?
There were. They gave me quite a bit of grief too. But compared to the amount of times I died, there weren't as many bullets as you expect. It seems perhaps that most of them passed straight through.
I see. About your safe. What's the combination to the safe in the wall?
My safe? There's nothing much in it.
Yes, I see. So what's the combination?
Why's the Grim Reaper gotta know the combination to my safe? That's rather suspicious.
It seems that when someone asks about the safe, things take a turn for the real. I think it's quite the natural response. There's no reason for the Grim Reaper to be curious about what the about the contents of the safe. It's a good point. To be curious about the contents of a safe, I'd sooner be a thief. But you did say that there wasn't much in there, so why not just tell me?
Get the hell out of my house before I call the police.
What the fuck?
Fuck.
Oh, I'm dying. Please. Oh, yeah, finally my death has come for me.
Could you tell me about your safe?
My safe. Shut the hell up. Get out. Leave.
Period. Doesn't look like that's going to work. That there was a spanner in the works. Seems like mentioning a safe brings him straight back to reality. It seems I also lose favor points with that man. Favor points? If I were to gain this man's good favor and ask, he may tell me the answer. But what's a favor point? Don't worry about that. The only important thing is, right now, figuring out the combination to that safe. Honestly, I'm not sure how opening that safe has any relevance to what's going on.
Your photo album.
Well then, which picture shall I ask him about?
Let's just go from top to bottom.
You spent January 1st, 1959.
1958. 3. Fuck.
With your daughter, yes?
It wasn't just 1953. I spent most of my time with her lately. My daughter came to visit me on every holiday there was. I bet she wanted to leave an old man like me behind and spend time with her own family, but I'm thankful just the same.
I doubt your daughter's family would share your sentiment.
Perhaps. But one thing's for certain. I was never the sort of father to deserve this good of a treatment. Who are you? Where'd my daughter go?
Unlocks another 15 minutes.
Hurry up, nigga.
Yeah, see, there's an income, yes.
Tell me about this picture.
February 25th, 1926. The date I saw on a picture of your wife, son, daughter standing in front of the school. I didn't see you in that picture, though.
Of course not. I was in the army then. Back then, I thought those events they attended and pictures they took were just for keeping up appearances. I thought that as long as you held love in your heart, that one day, it would be delivered to your loved ones. I was thinking, sorry, mate. Looking back, I barely had the time to look them in the eye, much less say a word to them. It's a miracle that my daughter has stayed by my side this long. I figured she'd sooner toss me out with trash like my son did.
Well then, which one? This... Did one of them disappear?
July 15th, 1940. You fell ill and your son nursed you back to health.
From what he tells it, my memories from that time are a bit fuzzy, but I don't remember much about the nursing part. My daughter said he nursed me back to health, but I think that's only because she looks after her brother so well. From the actions of that boy of mine these days, to be completely frank, I don't believe him.
Feels like I brought up the wrong subject. I think the wrinkles in his face have gotten deeper.
October 30th.
October 30th, 1920. Do you remember what happened on that day?
My apologies, I couldn't tell you. That was over 40 years ago.
That was the day your son was born.
Is that right?
Well, as you say, it was a long time ago, so it's not out of the question to fail to remember what exact year that happened.
No, it's just that even when you say it was the day my son was born, no particular memories come to mind. I couldn't tell you the date of my son's birthday, let alone the year he was born. Though I clearly remember the birthdays of my wife and daughter. That'll do it. No wonder why that boy views me as an enemy. Who are you? What did you do to my children?
Just like... he goes back in time, right? But he becomes more hysterical despite not remembering.
My children!
Hello, I'm the Grim Reaper.
Oh, that was just it.
She's starting to phone it in. A few years ago, you took a picture with your daughter. In this photo, you look so happy.
My daughter is a kind person. She always thinks of me first. How'd I manage to raise such a kind girl? She really takes after her mother. Compared to her, that boy of mine, he normally keeps quiet until he needs money. What's the point of you talking about it now? It's only gonna make me uglier when I eventually become a corpse.
Well, that didn't seem to have much of a good effect. It seems like his gaze has grown colder.
So the right and wrong options, the circle and the 24, bring up the 25th and he'll like it.
December 25th, 1935. Christmas. Back then, you were serving the military. And at the same time, your wife.
Yes, she was in critical condition. A few days later, I received a letter telling her passing.
Do you have any regrets? Do you wish you could have gone there?
Of course I have my regrets, but my true regret was not paying heed to the children she left behind. If I had, then things between me and my son might have turned out differently. But instead, my wife's passing only drove me to fight even harder on the battlefield.
But why after all that? Why this obsession with war? This might be me overstepping my bounds, but you don't seem to carry much pride in fighting for your country.
In war, I thought I could achieve the things I wanted. I was dumb and young. These aren't exactly the stories I should be telling the Grim Reaper.
Alright, so I need to talk to him about...
What? The day has finally come.
I see. Oh, shit.
Shall we start again? Grim Reaper.
What?
The day has finally come.
I see.
The lieutenant, to think he'd immediately believe in such a ridiculous thing as the Grim Reaper. I had no idea he was so spiritual. It's not that odd. From his point of view, I've suddenly appeared in front of him. Plus, people are bound to believe what they want to believe.
Yo, Ambrosia, what's up? Yo, we voice acting today. Sit back, chill. Do what you gotta do.
Does that mean the lieutenant has been wanting to die? Maybe even before becoming like this? Yo, I don't know what's happening, but I'm like actually starving. What's wrong with me right now?
Is that why I'm so tired? Do I not eat enough to get energy? But I ate breakfast this morning. You know what? I'm gonna try to alleviate this. I'm gonna be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. I'm gonna grab some chips. That's what I'm gonna grab some chips. That's what I'm gonna do. Give me 1 second. Why am I starving like this? It's kind of like unbearable how hungry I am. The thing is, I'm never like this hungry. You know what I mean? I've never felt this hungry, but I ate my normal breakfast. I ate 2 hash browns and a chicken cutlet. And I'm like, that's good enough for me. Apparently it wasn't. I'm hungry like just a little bit later. That's why I have some chips now. Hold up, give me 1 second. I'm gonna open my window too. It's all just. None of it makes sense. None of it. Okay. But I did grab some chips. I grabbed some, my parents got this, jalapeno popper, this jalapeno popper popcorner chip. And it's really good. And it's not, and it's only 140 per serving, and a serving is like 17 chips, which is crazy. I'm only gonna eat these every now and then, just so I can stave off whatever the hell is happening with me. Do you guys hear that? You guys hear me eat? I'm just gonna eat 2 chips. I'm also eating it with chopsticks, if it's not obvious. Just because it's clean. It's cleaner like this. Okay. Okay. Brr. To me, at least, it certainly seems that way. February? Is this the good picture? $10:30. I want to see the number go up, so I don't want to skip it. Yes. Okay. I think we can ask him about it now, right? What's the combination to the safe in the wall?
My safe? There's nothing much in it.
Yes, I see. So what's the combination?
Why's the Grim Reaper got to do with the combination to my safe? That's rather suspicious.
It seems that when a person talks about a safe, things take a turn for the real. I think it's a natural response. I don't think there's no reason the Grim Reaper will be curious about the contents of a safe. Good point. To be curious about the contents of a safe, I'd sooner be a thief. But you did say that there wasn't much in there, so why not tell me? Oh, fuck. God damn it. Why isn't there more time? You got 15 minutes, man. Excuse me. It just devolved into excuse me. That's all the same dialogue. I'm pretty sure, at least. And then this one. It seems to me why, yes, she entered critical condition a few days later. Passing. I have regrets. I called there. I have my regrets and differently. Instead, my wife's passing on during the head. Why is all that? What's this obsession with war? I was young, dumb, and
Nurse, are you there?
yes, Lieutenant, I'm here.
I have a favor to ask you. My will is locked in that safe in the wall. Get it out for me.
Excuse me, but Lieutenant, it's not only the two of us here.
I don't care if the woman next to you is the Grim Reaper or not. There's something I need you to do before it's too late. The combination to the safe is 0412.
Is that another date? April 12th. What happened on that day?
That day, It was the first day I died. Nurse, where'd you pop in from? Where'd my daughter go?
No need to worry. Just rest. You got lucky. I never thought we'd get the save combination directly from the lieutenant. Where's the sudden change of heart come from? All you did was look at the album and talk about the past. Looking back at the past, we changed something about his perception. You mean his perception of you? No, probably someone other than me. Someone from the photo album. I just realized they just like... This is the only illustration of him. They just tilted him up. He's just leaning back. Find him. As we will? Okay. Okay. Open the safe with the pencil. A long time ago I opened... Okay. Let's just open it. Now that we have the combination, we don't have to wait any longer. Okay, let me save actually. I've unlocked it. What's the matter? Nothing, just reminded me of sending someone. Inside, there's a will. Just as the lieutenant said. It was only written 3 weeks ago. If you're going to skim it like that... Huh? What's wrong? Is this not it? No, this is the lieutenant's will, alright. The handwriting and the signature are his. However, I may be mistaken, but the contents are a bit different from what I remember. Aha. Well then, I think it would be best to check with the person who actually wrote it.
Where are you? Where did my children go?
Well, shall we start again?
Ooh, photo album. Ooh, wow, nothing else. Ooh. Someone knows been sure that leads to investigation. If I okay. Okay. Hey, man. Excuse me. Lieutenant, please have a look at this.
My apologies, but could you bring it a little closer? My eyes aren't what they used to be.
Of course.
This is my will. This is some sort of joke. The signature and handwriting are mine, but I didn't write this. To think I would will my property equally between my 2 children. Who would ever will an inheritance to such a disrespectful brat? I made it clear in my will that everything is supposed to go to my daughter.
How did this happen? I see. That's using your brain. Excuse me? Ah, right. Is something the matter? No, it's just a second ago, and only for a second her voice grew cold. Did she figure something out?
What do you think you're doing?
Sir.
Nurse, why did you open the safe?
Excuse me, that was...
Right on cue. Excuse me.
Didn't you say that I wanted to... Didn't you say that if I wanted to continue how I saw fit, I'd have to prove my skills first? Let me show you then. Let me show you the work I'm doing, both the work I'm doing, and the secrets I can uncover. Now, let me fill you in.
Is this that just a feeling I'm getting? Or was there a certain hostility in the word secrets you just used?
Just a feeling. Is there any phrase with less meaning than that? When people want to skirt around their true intentions, they always claim it as just a feeling. I'm not sure if this is just a feeling, but This is what I've been thinking. The will that was in there in the safe right there. I think you put it in there. That's what I'm thinking.
Nurse, don't tell me you're falling in line with the words of the charlatan, are you?
I'm sorry, but when you saw the safe standing open, you certainly did cause quite a scene.
I left a stranger in this room with my father, only to come back in and see his safe wide open, even though you've been standing right there next to her. It's perfectly natural to lose my temper about that, isn't it?
About that, I do apologize. Well then, the lieutenant put that will in his safe himself. Is that what you're claiming?
How am I supposed to know that? If that's the will you took from the safe yourself, wouldn't that make sense? Think about it. That safe is my father's, and only he would know the combination to it. Who else do you think would put it in there?
At the very least, I'm sure it wasn't the lieutenant.
You're giving me a headache. Is this really that complicated? How simply should I put this?
No, it's not complicated in the slightest. Take a look at this paper.
What of it?
It's a list of all the suspicions I've had while investigating this room.
I never asked for a list of suspicions. I just wanted an answer to this ridiculous situation we found ourselves in.
Suspicions can, at times, be answers to other suspicions. For example, was it the lieutenant who placed this will in that safe? To answer that question, one would only need to look at this line right here.
Was it not the lieutenant who put the will in the safe? The lieutenant's son claims that it was the lieutenant himself who put the will in the safe. Normally, that'd be understandable. However, we can't simply call the situation as it stands in his room normal. The lieutenant should also know that. At the very least, I can be sure the lieutenant didn't put his will in the safe on his own accord. Among all the information we've gathered this far, there's one thing that proves that true. What? This? He doesn't know about the will? I thought this was obvious.
So, do you see what's written here?
No need to stick it in my face. You mean my father never knew of the existence of this will?
Yes, and before you bursted into the room, I let the lieutenant read the will. He said he had written one, but he also said the contents of the one he had written were different. Specifically regarding the part about how his assets were divided. Of course.
And what? Am I supposed to take your word? Just look at the state of him. He's been dying and coming back on repeat for the past 3 weeks now. And you think someone like that is going to be in his right mind?
It wasn't the doctor's own opinion. Wasn't it the doctor's own opinion that your father would be holding on to his wits?
Yeah. Let me restart that one. Yeah.
Wasn't it the own doctor's opinion that your father was holding on to his wits to an unprecedented degree?
It's also been 3 weeks since he was here. And all the time since then, my father has been in a constant state of agony of dying and coming back. I don't know about these supernatural abilities as much as you do. But in the process of dying and coming back like this, isn't it natural to think that his brain cells were being damaged?
You're right there. You know next to nothing about supernatural abilities.
Regarding
Regarding these supernatural abilities, these skills, I'm a pro. So let me show you a professional's opinion. The lieutenant's condition is exactly the same as it was 3 weeks ago. That's because
it's temporal. His is temporal. He doesn't go back. Or he doesn't heal. He just goes back in time, basically.
this is the lieutenant's skill, his supernatural ability. I recorded the details about his skill on this page myself.
I'll tell you what though. These jalapeno popper chips are so good, man. They taste like, you know those Cheeto, I don't know if this is a thing outside of America. You know the Cheeto flavor that tastes like the green bag of Cheetos? Or like there's like the cheese Cheetos, and then there's the hot Cheetos that's red, and then there's the green one which is jalapeno. It tastes like that, but like on a pop chip, which is better than a Cheeto, and it's healthier. Bless.
Normally, we refer to this as the person's bureau file.
You sure have been thorough.
The important part is the name of the skill. Resurrective temporal regression. Do you know what that means?
How am I supposed to?
Right, of course not. Let me explain this kindly. Resurrective skills are largely divided into regeneratively connected and temporally connected skills. The possibility you mentioned of your father resurrections causing mental damage, that's normally a phenomenon caused by physical means of regeneratively connected revival skills. However, the lieutenant skill is temporally connected, meaning that we're looking at something closer to his body returning to the moment before sustaining his critical injury. Thus, the possibility of what you're claiming happened is extremely low.
But extremely low isn't a 0%. Even you, Miss Inspector, can't be sure, can you?
Correct. I can't say for certain, but considering the fact that he could recall events that happened decades ago, I can say it's close to zero. It's as close as to 0% as it can be.
What do you know about my father? Did you meet him before he became like this?
Well then, let's ask someone who did. Let's ask the person who's been watching him closer than anyone else. Nurse, have you noticed anything mentally wrong with the lieutenant?
Huh? Me?
Yes.
Think hard before you answer that.
If I were to give my honest opinion, what should I say in this situation? The lieutenant is in the exact same condition that he was in 3 weeks ago.
Nurse.
With that, the likelihood of the lieutenant put the will in his safe is even closer to 0%. That still begs the question then. Why was that will in his safe? Will?
Of course, that will you're referring to had something written on it that was quite favorable for me. So you're suspecting me for this, isn't that right?
It seems like I can leave the detective work to you. If that was only a guess, that is.
So what are you trying to say? I wrote the will? Is that where you're getting at? You'd think I changed the contents of the will and forged the signature, didn't you?
My good sir, I think you already knew exactly what I was going to say.
I have no idea what you mean.
With this new will that suddenly appeared, you, the largest benefactor, would need to prove its validity. You would need some sort of insurance. And you need to be quite confident in said insurance. Let me return to our point then. Who wrote this will? If we take another look at this section, the answer is clear.
Ask me the name of the author. It's quite obvious what thoughts led him to such a question, but of course, I know exactly who wrote the will, and when I look at the will and think of the lieutenant and his nurse said it, there's only one answer. Yeah, what? I thought it was just gonna give us like a name.
The person who wrote the will is clearly the lieutenant himself. What? But what? Signatures and seals can be forged with enough time and technique. He seems to want me to point that fact out. However, the will was completely handwritten by the lieutenant. Even for a skilled con artist, writing this out longhand in the lieutenant's handwriting seems close to impossible. So the person who wrote this will is none other than the lieutenant himself. Then what was the point of this whole conversation? Should I use this time to apologize?
So what are you trying to do? What are you saying we try to do? What are you saying we do? This meaningless conversation is a waste of my time. Cut it out with the drivel and get back to work.
My good sir, I'm afraid my drivel is quite over. You should know that as well.
Don't you call me that. I'm not your good anything.
It's clear that the lieutenant wrote this will himself. However, that doesn't make it valid. After all, it was written of your volition. Isn't that true, my good sir?
I said stop calling me that. I apologize for raising my voice, but I'm sure that even you know how ridiculous the nonsense you're spouting is. You say that will had to be written by my father, but now you're saying I made him do it? How is that even possible? Do I look like an expert in brainwashing or some cult leader to you?
No, you don't look nearly as imposing. However, the lieutenant is experiencing a rather unique set of circumstances. Using said circumstances, it could be possible for you to bend the lieutenant's will to your own. However, it would take a bit of trial and error, and the proof of said trial and error is right here.
So he used the note. He used this note to know which dates to bring up, so that he could get his father to do what he did.
This notepad is yours now. No need to be on your guard. There's nothing written here.
I mean, sure, it's probably mine.
So we restored what was written on it.
What?
And it was our kind nurse that did the restoring. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. This notepad had a record of all the dates and pictures in this album. I asked the lieutenant about the dates on those pictures. A photograph is merely an object that connects us to our memories. Perhaps it's that and the death that he's on the verge of, but he gave quite the emotional responses. However, there was one interesting thing. When I asked the lieutenant about the days with X's here, he got quite upset. On the contrary, when I asked about the dates that were marked O's, he expressed his regrets regarding the past. Rage and regret. The object of both of those feelings was you. When I talked to him about the dates that were circled, he even asked us to retrieve his will. It was like he wished to make some changes. A father whose wishes to forgive his son right before his death. Quite the touching tale. If it were a coincidence. What's that supposed to mean? My good sir, the lieutenant said that his original intentions were to bequeath you of nothing to you. Bequeath? Bequeath. Nothing to you.
Whoa.
There you go. My stream. Such an arrangement doesn't sit well with you. Thus, you tried to persuade your father, only to end up angering him each time. In the end, with your name absent from his will, the lieutenant grew closer to his passing. But then suddenly, he entered his never-ending cycle of death and rebirth. As the cycle repeated itself, it was hard for your sister to remain here with you, so you sent her back home and decided to stand watch on your own. You thought it might just be the opportunity you needed. That's where things stood. With your father's memory resetting every 15 minutes. That was your moment. You could persuade your father with no one to interrupt you. You didn't even need to worry about a slip of the tongue that might dirty his memories of you. First, you picked out all the pictures in the album that were able to sway his memories. Then, you used those dates to persuade him. You marked all the dates that elicited negative responses with an X, and marked ones that elicited positive responses with an O, finding the ideal memories for you to use. Finally, in the short span of 15 minutes, you changed his mind, and succeeded in getting him to alter his will. Now, in order for the will to take effect, you need to end things as they stand. You called in an inspector who could kill your father.
I'm telling you, you should have been a novelist, not an inspector.
Oh, you don't like my line of reasoning?
Right. Let's say it's as you put it, and I exploited my father's current state to alter his will. Then the will must have been written sometime in the past 3 weeks while my father's been like this. But go, look for yourself. See when the will was written.
March 22nd, at 8:30 in the morning. 8/22nd. 3 weeks ago, the lieutenant became like this. However, he started his resurrections around noon that day.
8 in the morning was before he got like this. By the way, don't even start about how I tricked him about the date or anything. After all, it was you who said his mental state was perfectly fine. I don't know about tricking him up at the time, but tricking him about three whole weeks is out of the question.
Surprising. We revealed everything up until this point, yet you still think you can move past us. A day on the will, huh? I'm sure it was written 3 weeks ago, but we all know why that is, don't we? You think it's that obvious? Yes, if you don't remember. I can show you again. Right here. This is the reason why the will is dated 3 weeks prior.
Do we? Is it because his memories disappear? And he just convinced them that it was that day? Oh, okay. But I thought that's what he meant by I tricked him about the date or anything. Like, I thought that's what he meant. These chips are so good, man.
I explained before, but the lieutenant's resurrection resets his physical body to a form in the past.
Sorry, I'm still eating.
Thus, all of his memories also reset to the time before his reanimation. My good sir, you also used the fact when you had him write the will.
No, because
Because the lieutenant wouldn't have remembered. Every 15 minutes he dies, then his memories resets to 15 minutes before. You should understand the implications of that. From the moment his cycle started, he remembers nothing new. The lieutenant's memories came to a standstill at that moment 3 weeks ago. Thus, it's obvious why the lieutenant would write a date 3 weeks in the past. Actually, the fact that he wrote the date when he began this cycle of revival proves that he wrote the will when he was like this. You know why that is, my good sir?
yes. What of it?
Sir, did you really?
Yes. The will is my fabrication. My sister was gonna get everything, and I wouldn't get a penny. Does that make any sense to you? My business went under. I needed this cash, and now I merely took advantage of the situation I was placed in. So what are you gonna do, report me? What a righteous inspector we have here.
You think I would? If I reported my own client, I wouldn't be able to collect my fee. At the current juncture, I am no detective seeking justice. I am just an inspector who makes money and solves requests.
What? Then why all this?
Because you went straight with me from the beginning. Because if I wanted to continue how I saw fit, I had to prove my skills first. I had a feeling that my client was suspicious about my skill level, so I wanted to give him a taste.
Huh. Yeah, that makes sense when you put it like that. I lost. From now on, I'll support you in any way I can. Just tell me what I need to do.
I'll tell you what I need. I told you what I need from the outset. A knife and a gun if you would.
All right. What sort of knife do you need?
The sharpest one you can find.
Nurse, I remember you having a scalpel.
Yes, I have a few in here. This should do nicely.
Next is your gun. I'll just return the one I took from you at the door. However, I'll be holding onto the bullets. It goes without saying. But I'll have a hand on my own gun as well. So don't go getting any weird ideas.
Of course not. I'll only be using it to solve your request.
Outstanding.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Gosh. I have a gun now.
I was worried since this gun is too weak for self-defense, but it may be appropriate in this situation.
Considering the way
Considering the way she used that pencil, I imagine she'll use her gun in a rather unusual way. Therefore, she's not going to point it at that person, so what is she going to do with it? Calm down. The blood's already gone. The blood that spills from his body is still a part of his body. So about if the opposite it were to be true. What did you...
I didn't want to believe it, but you actually asked for a gun to shoot my father.
Of course. What other use would I have for a gun? As the skills related to death, a tool that would intentionally bring about that death is the most effective way to investigating it. But is this really okay? I already received permission from the lieutenant. He must have forgotten now, but if I were to explain to him again, he'd only give me his permission once more. Regardless, he's going to die again in 15 minutes. This just brings the same result back. A bit quicker. You say that, but still, something about it feels off. Can he really take the values inherent in death and make such like work of him? The values inherent in death. A blade through an artery, a bullet through the brain, a spoonful of poison. These all kill us, no matter how great a person or how strong. These are the great equalizers. That is the value inherent in death. The important things aren't decided when we die, but when we're among the living. Death only marks the end of that. The value of a death is determined by the life that comes before it. That's what I think, at least. I hope that's a satisfactory answer. Besides, the lieutenant is perfectly fine for someone who just got shot.
Of course. He revived, so that's a given.
No, the bullet didn't pierce through his head. His body merely returned to how it was before. Thus, the bullet should still be lodged in his brain. If that was so, he couldn't be this coherent. There's still some special characteristics about his resurrection that we still haven't figured out.
So many things to investigate.
There's no pen. I should check something else.
My father is resurrected once again. That doesn't surprise me at all anymore. In fact, it's actually quite bothersome. Isn't that right, nurse?
No, Inspector? What's the matter? It hasn't been 15 minutes yet.
But if he already died, haven't we broken the cycle somehow? This is good. It's a very good sign.
What do you think caused it? We can't know for certain. If I had to guess, though, something about my being involved in the death of the lieutenant probably caused this to happen. I have my ideas, but it would be dangerous to say I have a confident grasp in the situation. We should continue the investigation. This knife is sharper than I thought. I only applied a bit of pressure, but it cut through about 50 pages. Of course, as we're slicing through a person's skin. If you were to use a blunt blade during surgery, it's not just the patient who's bound to get hurt, but the doctor too. At times, blunt blades are more dangerous. That's what you're trying to say? That may not be speaking strictly about surgery either. She seems to enjoy a good turn of phrase. So, now that the note's been restored, that only leaves your investigation. Yeah. When you watch movies and such, have you noticed the occasional scene where a hidden notebook blocks a bullet and saves a person?
Can you not tell the difference between movies and reality?
No, I can. In reality, if you wanted to block a bullet, a paper stacked up in layers is actually more efficient than using some sort of hard material. In fact, they say that warriors in eastern countries even fashion armor out of paper.
That is quite interesting.
Though, I mean, a bullet would go through something as thin as this notepad in a heartbeat.
Where did my children go?
Well, shall we start again? Just to make sure, like... Yep, that's all the same. There's nothing to investigate with this, yeah.
What are you doing?
Pointing a gun at you.
You know I have bullets, right?
That's why I That's why I'm relaxed despite holding someone at gunpoint.
Well, I'm not relaxed at all, so put that away.
So even though you saw the chamber was empty with your own 2 eyes, you still feel threatened by it. Are you that scared of death?
Who isn't?
I thought there might be someone out there, but today has changed my mind. Even the man who experienced death 100 times is scared of it. He desires death more than anyone, yet he still fears it.
Indeed. It certainly seems that way. What are you planning, pointing that pencil at me?
I was thinking that very thought.
It's been useful thus far.
It's been useful thus far, but I don't think this pencil would be any more help to our investigation. In fact, the only use of this pencil is to annoy you.
What's the point of annoying me, though?
The point? Well, first and foremost, it makes me feel better.
Consider me annoyed.
Oh, that does feel good.
Ah, that was all the interactions with the pencil. Okay.
Another bit.
You're gonna stab me with that?
Of course not. We don't cut the belly of the goose that lays golden eggs. It's quite embarrassing, but I'm also in quite the hurry to get paid.
Honestly sounds good coming from you. What are you going to do when you get the money?
Good question. I'm sort of on a holiday right now, so first I'll get to my destination and find a decent room.
Your destination?
I said hometown.
You're heading back home?
No, not exactly my hometown. It's the hometown of a person I know well. I'm unable to see that person right now, so I wanted to head there instead.
Then you should hurry up and deal with this mess, right?
Ah, of course. No, I haven't done anything yet.
Can you draw me? Yes, no, no. No, no.
What are you doing? Nurse, there's something you haven't told me, isn't there? What? What are you saying?
There's something you're hiding?
Hiding? What do you mean?
Are you really going to be like this?
All right, just put that away. Good idea. What do you want to know? Actually, nothing at all. I just figured I have a gun now, so using it might help me get a clue. Wow, well, I'm sorry to disappoint. I should have never given her a gun.
Who are you? Where my children go? My children!
Would you mind pointing that blade somewhere else?
Sorry. Why are you pointing it at me now? I can't very well point it at myself, can I? Put it away. So childish.
She's much more mischievous than looks would have you think. Nurse, do you have any way to open that safe with a scalpel? No, I don't. I see. I don't either. Huh? What's she even saying? If I shot the safe with this gun, you think the bullet would go through this door? I think the bullet. I think you give the bullet a rough time. It is a safe after all.
No, it's not that expensive of a safe, so it could work.
Then shall we conduct an experiment to see whose opinion is correct?
No.
No,
Don't.
just joking. Can't be handling a gun so recklessly, right? There are so many ways I want to respond, but I don't want to continue this line of conversation. I think she might really shoot it.
My children.
My good sir, would you mind helping me with something?
I'm pretty sure I told you to stop calling me that. When it comes out of your mouth, it just sounds sarcastic.
Sorry, but really, could I get a hand?
What do you need me to do?
It's simple. You know this album, yes?
Of course. I'm the one who put it there.
I'd love to hear a bit of an explanation about the pictures in here. They're moments you took part in, so you should know more about them than the nurse.
Then let's get it over with then.
Okay.
I'm grabbing another chip. Hold up, give me a second.
Chip.
Chip. Yummy.
You were pretty cute in this one.
What are you trying to imply?
That you're not at all cute now.
Oh god. Where did that go? Mind your own business. Even on days like this, my father wasn't with me and my mother.
So you remember the moment you were born?
My mother told me. She was so proud of my father, the patriot. So I went along with what my mother said. At least, until she passed away. This is the last photo of my mother. 3 days later, her symptoms took a turn for the worse.
I'm sorry.
I didn't want much. I just wanted him to be at her side at the moment. My dad was playing war then too, though.
I wouldn't say it's play when he's holding a real gun.
No, it was a game. When you can whip your gun all around all you like because you can't die. If that's not play, what is? I don't know if it was patriotism or something else. But my father played at war as often as he could. I'm only sorry for the soldiers who went off to die next to him.
I'm sure we're cute back then.
What are you going on about?
What on earth happened to you?
Please, just mind your own business. This is a picture from my first day of school. Even then, my father was nowhere to be seen.
Still, you had your mother. I'm jealous of that, at least.
Your parents didn't take you to your first day of school?
I didn't have a first day of school. Don't dig too far deep into that. Not a great memory.
I wasn't even curious. Actually, I might have been a little curious. My dad struggled with fevers for almost a year. That was the last time I had any hope for my father. It was the only time my father was home enough for us to open up to each other. Dumb things to expect. The next year he was off to war again. Even though the military was reluctant to have him since he was so old.
Despite the long conversations, it seems that whether you hope to get across never did.
It's not the important part. My father didn't even remember me at his side, nursing him back to health.
What do you mean?
Do you know how my father loses some memories? Some of his memories when he comes back to life. Back then, the fevers took him before he came back to life. Interestingly, he lost quite a number of memories at that time.
How many?
About a year's worth of memories. When he came to, he thought he was back on the battlefield.
This might be quite rude, but what you said is interesting. Would you mind if I take note of it?
Do what you will. After all, everything you said could be taken as rude.
Well then, without another moment's hesitation. Where were you here?
I was with my girlfriend, of course.
I guess you didn't bring her around.
There was no reason to.
I see. Well, I didn't think it was that bad anyway. After all sorts of families make up this wide world of ours. If you stayed on bad terms and cut contact to the very end, I doubt anyone would have said anything.
Don't try to lecture me.
This is the most recent photo we have. What's wrong?
When I really stop and think about it, I don't think I've ever seen my dad smile this wide. Having any regrets? I have no idea what you mean.
Is that so? This may be your final chance.
I don't need your chances. I don't even know what chances you're talking about.
The man in this picture isn't you, is it?
Of course not.
Then isn't it perhaps a secret son of your father's?
I'm starting to regret hiring you on again. That's my father. It's a picture of him when he was young, before becoming a hero. When he was still sort of a human. That version of my father.
I see. That's where the odd resemblance to you comes from.
I don't agree, but those who knew my father when he was young say the same.
Seeing the safe open really seems to put my heart at ease. For each and every safe, this is the state they should be in. An outlook on saves that denies the very purpose of their existence.
Point, draw, point the gun. Did we put the gun on you? It stops the music, right? Yeah. Oh, that's when she's like, I didn't tell you anything.
So, using the scalpel, I handed that over, but as for the reason why you needed the scalpel, are you perhaps gonna look inside his body cavity? Pardon. That's not a bad idea either. I'd like to do this in a way that is as painless as possible for the lieutenant, but we'll try that incision next time. As expected, it's not very different from the gunshot. No, that's not right. Look here. Huh. The end of the blade disappeared. At the time of his resurrection, all foreign entities are purged. It seems a bit grandiose of a claim, but saying that ceased to exist or simply evaporate seems to be correct. That must be the reason why it wasn't painful for him, or on reviving from that gunshot wound. The bullet from his head disappeared on his arrival. Well then, where should I shoot him this time?
Shoot him in the head.
He won't remember. So I'd like to make his death as painless as possible. Just hearing that makes you sound like a psychopath. No, the behavior matches up with a psychopath too, actually. With this, the lieutenant has been revived once more. Well then, where should I shoot this time? I need as many results to this experiment as I muster. This time, it might be good to change where I'm shooting.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lieutenant. Just hang in there. A bit longer. You'll soon forget about the pain. Shall I stop the bleeding? No, just let it be for now. Now, let's just see if it turns out any different. Again, he died 15 minutes before... He died before the 15 minutes were up.
Why on earth is this happening?
Well, it's our job to figure out how from here on out. We know for certain that once I started killing him myself, the timing between his resurrections has derailed from his normal pattern. For now, let's continue our investigation. I've got to kill the lieutenant as many ways as I can. Gah! Sir, what's the matter?
My leg. It's okay now. It's bearable.
Even after resurrecting the pain. Regardless, it seems something else has changed. Well then, where should I shoot this time?
I don't want to shoot him again. Okay. Let's get to talking then.
Ask what you will.
Okay, she doesn't have anything.
Excuse me.
Lieutenant, you have the ability to resurrect regardless of the ability you gave me. Period took over, false suit. I think this is all the same.
He's resurrected. So this time,
My leg.
I need to talk to you. He's quite irresponsible. He's quite the irresponsible one, my father. He always put going to war and killing people over his own family. I don't know if he was just lost in patriotism or in the patriotism of all it, or if he genuinely enjoyed playing the part of the hero. Whatever the situation allowed for it, he was off to fight. That's all there is to know about my dad.
that's not very helpful by itself. Are there any unusual facts to know, about your father's skill?
Even with such a vague question as that, I got nothing for you. You think my father died around the house often? Before all this happened, I only saw my father resurrected around a dozen times.
Personally, I would say that's quite a lot.
I know very little about supernatural abilities. You're the expert on that. Speaking of which, I heard that the institution that manages these superpowers ranks them based on the threat they pose. What rank do you think they place my father's ability?
They would need a more systematic investigation of it, but possibly Estienne.
Estienne. Is that the one with the red marking?
Yes, that's right. It's the highest threat level.
Is it the highest threat level? I guess that would make him as dangerous as a tank. I hear that in countries with many instances of superpowers, it requires those with abilities to wear bracelets by law. Something to show how dangerous they are, right? So if my father had been born in such a country, he'd have to wear a red bracelet?
Yes, the Estienne ranked staffers have to wear bracelets with a bright red light on them. Most of their outdoor activities are also heavily restricted.
That's a laugh. Over here you're born a hero, but over there you're born a monster. No. Actually, if it weren't for the war, my father may have actually been treated like a monster as well. In that way, I guess he's sort of lucky.
Now, instead of telling stories about distant lands, I'd like to hear a story about the lieutenant.
Well, nothing comes to mind.
Well then, I should show you something to jog your memory.
What are you doing?
Pointing a gun at you. He's resurrected, so this time.
My leg,
I'm just like going through everything again. Pages? Yeah. Pages, scribbling over the pencil, blocking. Okay. Actually, wait. Let me see. I'm gonna check this real quick. Oh, damn. Ah, poo. I mean, I know what to do, I think. So using this scalpel, I'll cut open his leg.
Are you really gonna stab him?
There. I'm gonna save right here.
If you're going to try to kill him, it'd be better to go for the head, like before, or the neck.
You're becoming quite belligerent.
Indeed. And I have you to thank.
You might not like this, but I'm not trying to kill him this time.
I'm not completely opposed to the idea.
Good to see that you're getting used to it. Now, if it's all possible, I'd appreciate your help with this job, Ness. Could you make an incision right here on the lieutenant?
Excuse me, no,
Helper, you're the medical professional, no?
I am.
Well then.
Would you make an incision right here? Where you shot him before? Alright. Why do I have to do this? Huh? It's rather small, but there's a wound right here. At the heart of the wound. Here. It was left inside his body. A bullet. The one I fired just a moment ago. As expected. This is what was causing him his pain. I'll make a note of it.
Resurrections. Ooh, someone's riding up a storm. Is it you? No, of course not. Nope. That's my father and becoming hero. Yeah. Yes.
Give me a second. Gosh. Stretching. Okay, we're good.
Who are you? Where'd the children go?
Lieutenant Rarigan. So, shall we start again?
Once he began to resurrect I heard about the lieutenant's past. A bullet shot into his leg remained after resurrection. Once I got involved with his death. Right. Of course not, no matter how many times the tip of the blade disappears. Oh shit, my bad.
It'd be better if you don't waste too many like that, though. I've only got a limited supply of scalpels. If you don't have enough, I can always buy more. How much are they? If you buy them individually, they're about that much.
Nothing wrong with living frugally. So let's save what we can.
I'm sorry, just hold on a bit more. There's another bullet in here.
Of course. On shooting him in the leg, the bullet remains. It's quite odd. I only changed where I made my shot. How? But it turns out this different. No, where I shot him isn't the important thing. Can I just... Bing bong. I love shooting this old guy in the leg. Hmm? Of course, on shooting his leg, the bullet remained. This is quite odd. And okay, no, this is the same too. Always going to war. Yes, 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 yes. Am I actually stuck? Do I not know where to go next? To be fair, I don't know what the next like beat is in the story. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm gonna go eat a chip. About yourself. I started working about a year ago. Well, same too. Using a lot of bullets here. Temporal regression. Yeah, no. Hey, why are you dying? Hey, your leg. Is it okay? Is your leg okay? What is the next story beat? Am I reading all these again? Yeah, nope. No story beats in this. Oh, right. The whole, like... Do we cut it out of his leg again? Is there another one in there? Alright, you just cut it out of him again. Keep cutting the bullet out of him. How do I make it so he, like, dies earlier? Is it... Bang. Of course not, I'm not gonna stab you. Rather than there being, like, one single choice, I think it's an order of things, right? The question is, what is that order? I couldn't tell you. Bing. I fucking pumped this guy full of bullets. Yeah, what would it be? Can I talk to him about his leg? Nope. No, fuck. Oh, shit. Ow, fuck. What the fuck? Cut it out of her, nurse. Nurse, cut it out of him. He died again before the 15 minutes were up. Why on earth is this happening? Well, it's our job to figure... Well, it's our job to figure out from here on out. From here on out. What we know for certain is that, once I started killing him myself, the timing between his resurrections has been derailed from its normal pattern. For now, let's keep on investigating. I've got to kill the lieutenant in many ways, in as many ways as possible. Well, so what if I just like...
He's resurrected. So this my leg, my leg.
Of course, on shooting him in the leg, the bullet remains the same. It's quite odd. Well, I only changed where I made my bullet. How come it turns into no? Come back to me. Come back.
Oh shit.
Do I shoot him in the leg and then shoot him in the head? Shoot him in the leg. Ah!
Alright, buddy. You won't remember this, but I at least want to make his death as painful as possible. Yes.
Bang.
Once more.
My leg. Oh, my leg. Oh, fuck my leg.
How about we shoot him in the leg and then we what? Can we cut? Can we? Yeah, can we cut it out now?
He died again before the 15 minutes were up.
When is this happening? Yes. Fuck your leg, alright?
Oh, my leg.
And now, okay. Ding.
Same result. The tip of the blade disappears.
Kill him in as many ways as possible. I mean, haven't I killed him in every way? Except for, like, just waiting for him to die after I shoot him in the leg, right? That's the only thing I haven't done. You must expire now. You must expire now. Expire. Okay, how about we take it out and then we shoot him again? We're gonna be here for like 3 hours.
I mean, how much more different can it get? Right?
Bang. It's always your leg with you. It's always your leg. It's only important that it's lethal or not. Right? That's what we're trying to say, right? If it's not lethal, then it doesn't kill him. And it doesn't come out of his body? Or isn't destroyed? Oh, fuck. Okay, so we take out the bullet. He dies. Nothing happens. I don't even know what triggered the 5 minutes that time. The 5 minutes to go up. Okay, so shot him in the leg 2 cycles ago. I shot him in the leg 2 cycles ago. He's resurrected this time. Oh, my leg. Oh, my leg. Then we just spent that entire cycle killing him. Let's just slice his neck. It resets. It disappears. The tip disappears. We figure out how much it is. And then pass the time. Okay, it only passes time when we shoot him in the head. Shoot him in the head, resets, and then it's gonna he'll die here, here, here. Here, here, here. No, what the fuck? Why didn't it go there? Hmm? What triggers it to... What triggers it to happen, then? Ah! My leg! Yeah, it's a combination of something then. Bang. Did I take it out and then shoot him in the leg? Have I tried that? I guess I have. Thank you. Give me that. Bang. 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 Again, he died before the 15 minutes were up. Why on earth does it happen? And it's not solely due to the fact of... It's not solely due to the fact of the, Damn it. I'm not remembering it every time I let it happen. Right? He's resurrected. He's my leg. Alright. No. What could it be? Yum. His leg. Mm. Mm. He dies from the scalpel, he doesn't. And nothing happens. Was that it? Shoot him in the head and then take out the bullet? Right? Alright. Take it. Take it. Take this bullet. Take it. Take it. Nope. Oh, it is. Oh, so if we take out the bullet... If we take out the bullet... And then... What? Then we kill him? Then he's gonna... Is it gonna be the same if I use the scalpel? Because I've only been using the gun to kill him. Yes, okay. Alright, take out the bullet, put the bullet back in his leg. Bang. And I'm gonna put another bullet in your leg. This time, it might be... We're shooting. I just shot him in... Okay, I just shot him in the left leg, so we'll do the right. The one on the right next. Then... My word. I shot him in the leg, but he died regardless. Even though I avoided his vitals, it seems like I couldn't get... It seems like he couldn't handle 2 gunshot wounds. It didn't look like all that... It didn't look all that different from when you shot him in the head. From the outside, it certainly seems so. There doesn't seem to be any differences in the area we shot. He said his left leg is hurting him. First things first, need to make a note of it.
My leg.
Okay. I just had to shoot him twice in the leg. I didn't think about that. What's that sound? The police. I mean, I discharged the weapon, so it's sort of a given. How can she talk as if this wasn't happening to her? Shit. I'll go downstairs and explain. You two stay here, and don't even think about coming down. Are you gonna take
Are you gonna take your gun and bullets down there to meet them too? Oh, damn it, you're right. Nurse, I'll keep these to you for safekeeping. Of course. I'll be right back. So don't move a muscle. Perfect timing. Now we can return to our conversation. What do you mean? Did you learn something? More than something, I've learned everything. Then, shouldn't we wait for him to get... No. This talk is going to be much easier with just the two of us. Let's start by organizing what we've learned thus far. Nurse, if you would work with me here. Alright. Then let's get started. The first item on our agenda. What happens to the foreign objects in the legs in the lieutenant's body after when he revives? Didn't we say we figured that out? You said that the objects in his body cease to exist, or... Nurse, that's quite the outdated hypothesis. Excuse me. Didn't you say that only a few minutes ago? Sorry, a few minutes ago? That was like 2 hours ago, man. 15 minutes pass every time we go through a loop. A good inspector shows no hesitation to smashing through her own hypotheses. Okay, you sure are giving me quite the education. So what happened to the tips of these blades and all those bullets? A fantastic question. In truth, when the lieutenant revives, foreign objects in his body do cease to exist. However, not all foreign matter disappears. From my recollection, it seems that there was an exception to the disappearing substances.
The bullet. The bullet. The bullet did it. The bullet didn't disappear. Oh, the bullet killed him. It was the bullet. Nice. Sorry. These pop chips are so good. Nurse. Hey, you should really try these pop chips, nurse.
Nurse, you should remember too. Even after the lieutenant pulled off his resurrection, there was still something remaining in his body. You're talking about the bullet in his leg? Yes, that's right. So why didn't the bullet disappear then? It must be that foreign objects in his leg don't disappear. The answer isn't as beautiful as that. Beautiful? A staff of skill. Phenomena in general. They have parts to them that work systematically, like physics or chemistry. Thus, I think this is different from the theory you suggest. Then, what's your theory, Inspector? Before I explain that, we must test your hypothesis. You believe that foreign objects in the lieutenant's legs simply don't disappear. I think the likelihood of that being the case is quite low. Among my notes, there's this one that stands out.
There's no correlation between the area shot and the bullet's disappearance. Right?
I'm not sure if you remember, but there were cases when the bullets in his leg did disappear. Is that right? I'm not quite sure. It's okay. You can just replicate the circumstances. Wait a minute, the police are out. Don't worry. You just need to shoot one more round then. Lieutenant resurrects, and the bloodstains disappear. No one is hurt, and the worst we'll get is a fine. The lieutenant's son will take care of that if that's the case. So I shot his left leg first, and then his right leg second. Let's make a few incisions and check the wounds. See if the bullets remain. Alright. Shing! There's a bullet in his left leg, but in his right. Nothing, huh? That's right. As you saw, I clearly shot 2 rounds. But the only one remaining is the first shot. The second shot ceased to remain. It's unfortunate, but the theory that the foreign object doesn't disappear from his legs has been proven false. I don't think it's all that unfortunate. However, that certainly adds credibility to my own hypothesis. And what hypothesis is that? The first bullet remained, but the second disappeared. What was the difference between the first and second rounds? Also, What does the second bullet have in common with all the other fallen objects that disappeared? When you think about it, the answer is clear. The similarity between the second bullet and all the fallen objects that disappeared.
They all killed him. Right.
The bullets I fired at his head, the blades that severed the carotid artery, and the second bullet that shot into his leg. The common trait they all share is that they were all the direct causes of the lieutenant's death. I guess saying that they were finishers or confirmed killers may make it easier to understand, no? The first bullet fired into his leg should have been fatal. However, it ended up not being the direct cause of the lieutenant's death. And that's why even after his revival, it remained in his leg. That's right. The thing that ceases to exist in a lieutenant's revival is the object that takes his life. So, is this the beautiful answer you were referring to before? I'd sooner call it efficient rather than beautiful. After all, there's still some ambiguities to solve, such as the difficulty distinguishing between physical body and foreign substances. For his body to remove the direct cause of death, you can't call such a resurrection efficient. Also, if the lieutenant's resurrection was directly related to his cause of death, we still have one more suspicion to resolve. A suspicion? When I ended his life with my own two hands, there was another commonality, no? Didn't you just tell me the foreign objects all disappeared? No, besides that, there's one more thing. When I took his life myself, there was another common phenomena.
What, his memories? No, right? What was... Yes. The time. Sorry. The other commonality.
For the past 3 weeks, the lieutenant has died and resurrected every 15 minutes on repeat. However, there's been an exception to that. When I killed him myself, the 15 minutes weren't able to play out entirely before death came once more. When I was the finisher of the lieutenant's life, even upon reviving, his body's state didn't return to 5 minutes before. It returned to the physical state directly before the finishing event. That's because the lieutenant's resurrection is based on his cause of death. That's right. Since the cause of death was my attack, his body returned to a time directly before my attack. So, that's where our suspicion arises. There's that suspicion again. Okay, hear me out first. This time, it'll be quite the seductive tale. Here's the premise for this case. There's this lieutenant who has a resurrection skill, and because he's old, it's now his time to die. However, when old age takes him, he's revived once more, returning to his body to its state 15 minutes prior. The lieutenant then dies 15 minutes later, before reviving once more. This cycle continues. Yes, that certainly is the case, but in the story I just told, the lieutenant's cause of death is none other than old age. So the lieutenant's skill returns his body to the state it was before the cause of death took effect. But why, when he dies of old age, does his body return to 15 minutes prior? Is it because his body can't go back further than 50 minutes? A good hypothesis. But what I wish I could say, but again, you're wrong. There's proof that his body can go back further than 50 minutes. It's right here.
When Mr. Man took care of him took care of him for over a year and then he died.
This comes from something the lieutenant's son said. But in the past, the lieutenant suffered from a disease for around a year. Also, he died due to that disease, though he revived right after. Yes, I remember that. I've been right here in this room the whole time. Then you must have heard the next part, too. Part 2. He said that the lieutenant lost about a year's worth of memories from his resurrection. From this, we can be sure of two things. First, we can say that my hypothesis is correct. Before he fell ill a year before, his body resurrected to the state it was in before the illness. And second, it tells us that your hypothesis is wrong. So the maximum time limit for the lieutenant's revival skill is not 15 minutes. Also, this brings us to our original suspicion. Why, when the lieutenant dies of old age, does he not go back more than 15 minutes? I see. There's a number of possibilities, but here's what I'm thinking. The idea of the very premise is wrong. In fact, our lieutenant is dying from old age, is what I'm thinking. Of course, this woman. Then, the lieutenant is dying of what, exactly? If your reasoning is correct, Inspector, there must be something else that's killing him within 15 minutes. Indeed. Since he's got another 15 minutes after his resurrection. Also, when the lieutenant revives, that something is completely purged from his body. Still, the lieutenant dies from it again 15 minutes later. Do you really think that's possible? I do. Because the thing that makes it possible is in this very room.
What? The notepad, the candles, the curtain. Oh wow, they're letting us click things that aren't even in the that aren't even in. I wasn't able to click before. The safe did it. Oh shit. Oh. Whoa. Wait. It's the candle. Obviously it's the candle. Why wouldn't it be the candle? Fuck. No, it's... Nurse! You've been fucking with our boy! The entire time you've been fucking with our boy. She's the one who puts the IV drip in, right?
No matter how many times the lieutenant dies, and no matter how many times he lives, he has those fluids continually supplying him with nutritional needs. But what if the fluids were continually supplied to him contain no nutrients? But a poison instead. If there were a poison that took a person's life every 15 minutes, and it was being continuously administered, then the lieutenant was killed by said poison. The only thing that would be purged by his resurrection would be that poison. Thus, if the poison was stored and slowly administered from outside his body, these miracles that saved our soldier, who turned the tides of wars, are simply a given. And if there's been someone at the lieutenant's side this whole time, guarding said poison. In fact, before we even started our conversation in earnest, I went off and cut off the flow from his IV. Also, it seems like it's been 50 minutes since his last resurrection. But our lieutenant isn't dead. So you did know everything. Didn't I say that at the very beginning? This talk was going to be much easier with just us two. I prefer quiet environments when I have important conversations, especially when I get to hear a criminal confess. Damn! The lieutenant's repeated deaths have been no accident. They were murders. And the murderer was his caregiver. Fucking A. Fucking A. What the hell, man? My father was a soldier. My father, he served with the lieutenant. My father admired that man. He said that even though the lieutenant was past retirement, he was going back to the front lines. He called my father courageous. He said so in his letter. But my father didn't come back. The only person who came back was this man right here. Every ally and enemy was wiped out, and the lieutenant was the only person who made it off that battlefield. In fact, the man who couldn't die was made a platoon leader.
You missed the biggest twist. You missed the biggest twist, Sock. Oh God, you missed it.
It was given a. It was just given. Yeah. It was just a given that such a platoon would be given such much more dangerous missions.
You quite literally just missed like the biggest twist of the entire thing.
My father must have been prepared to give his life. I know that. But why is this old geezer the only one being held up as a hero? That was my father and the other people in his unit who risked their lives, not that man. So why is the person who couldn't die hoarding all the glory? That was the part that I just couldn't stand anymore. Is that how you thought from the very beginning? Or is this just the way you decided to think? What did you just say? First off, my condolences for everything with your father.
These bones for I have missed a twist. Oh, curse. Oh, curses. It's okay, you can always watch back the VOD.
First off, my condolences for everything with your father. Also, I understand all this hatred you must be feeling. However, I don't understand what is directing all that hate at a single person. After all, there are people who deserve far more hate than your father There are people who deserve your hate far more than a lieutenant. The enemy soldiers who killed your father, the high-ranking officers who gave such dangerous orders, and the politician who started off the war.
I will, and now I will sleep. Go have a good sleep, dog. Go do what you gotta do. I won't say sweet dreams, because I know you don't dream. So, rest well.
Yet, the enemy soldiers are already dead. And the officers and the politicians are hard to identify. So they're unapproachable. In comparison, an old soldier on his deathbed who needs a nurse to look after him. There's the perfect person to become the object of your hatred till you... Yes, I did it! What of it? Even when I kill him, he comes right back after anyway. I probably killed him 100 times already. And that amount... You know what, I'm fine with it. You're probably right to think that. What? The lieutenant's feelings regarding death are quite dulled. Of that I'm certain. Even before I began my investigation, I confirmed his intentions again and again, all to the same response. I don't care how many times you have to kill me. Just get it done anyway. That's what he told me. Which is why I resorted to such means. No, but... This 3-week phenomenon you've created, it may have meant pain for those around him, but the lieutenant himself said he didn't remember. I would say that he suffered little to no damage from all this. Still!
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what exactly is going on? Nurse, are you alright?
For 3 weeks, you stared at the lieutenant as he had no idea what was going on, and I hoped you're satisfied. What are you gonna do? It's over. Please, leave. Dear me.
You...
You got back quicker than I imagined. I thought you'd have a harder time with the extra shots I fired.
I used my father's frequent target practice as an excuse. Plus, you're the quick one. You settled this case wonderfully. To think that the nurse, for someone hired on by my father, I quite liked her. Unfortunate, really.
The murder charges should be hard to prove, but you can at least get her for assault.
Charges? No, there will be no charges. You blabbed on about my plan, where the nurse could hear about it. Before the sparks fly, we have to solve things amicably between us.
Well, this case proved to be quite the opportunity for you. The two of you worked hard together, since you're both criminals.
Indeed. Speaking of which, there's one more thing I was curious about. Miss Inspector, will you clear up my final suspicion?
Well, I'm quite tired.
I understand finding out about my plan from checking out the safe, but
Why'd you think about opening the safe in the first place? That wasn't part of your job's description. Plus, with the reasoning you just used, all the investigating you did with the guns was quite similar to the methods that nurse used. That's too much of a coincidence. I think you knew about the IV fluids from the very beginning. And from that thought, call it a feeling. But oddly enough, one thing has been bothering me. That oddly puffy sleeve of yours. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Just trying my hand at reasoning as well. Of course. After all, I'm the son of a man with supernatural powers. I've had no choice but to learn a thing or two. On an island beyond the sea, they say supernatural abilities run rampant. So the people with them are shackled and controlled just like this. Red. I see. Isn't this the most dangerous threat level among your kind? What sort of skills do you have? Reading people's minds? Only to pretend to know that you've already investigated with your superpower. You're more shameless than you look. I couldn't know everything beforehand. That's why I had to investigate to find out the truth. Either way, I met your demands, so I don't think that's important anymore. Indeed. That's not the important thing here. But what's that red bracelet wearing superpower wielding freak like you doing here? That's the important thing. I'm pretty sure the people wearing shackles like yours are only allowed to live in designated areas. Speaking of criminals, I guess it's not just me and the nurse. Get your hands off of me. And tell me what you want. I want a contract. I wanted to state that you won't make any sort of public statement about me or the will. If you do, I'll sign it too, promising I won't give you up to the Bureau. I'm not of the mind to reveal the skeletons in my closet just to report another person. Don't you think putting our assets on the line with a signature would give you some relief? I have one condition. I want my pay feed to me by tomorrow. In cash, of course. That's a lot to ask. I think it's a fair deal as it stands. The problem isn't about the fairness. It's about the trust. We hold each other's weaknesses in the palm of our hands. I doubt any goodwill will come from dragging this sort of relationship out any longer. Above all, I don't trust you. You think you can trust me? I don't have any cash right now. Please, you got to wait until I get my inheritance as we stated in our initial contract. No, get a loan if you must, but I want my payment. Even if it's an illegal loan, you can normally get cash in a few hours. And now, the stop timeline of the lieutenant is flowing once more. If it's as the doctor said, it'll be difficult for him to make it past a week. With me and the nurse out of the picture, there's nothing left to stop you from getting your inheritance. There's nothing left, no? In the end, it's all about the money. If things end like this, trusting you will be simple. Good. The contract should be quick enough to write out. Last but not least, I have one more piece of advice. When the lieutenant dies, the nurse's grudge may be redirected at his whole family. I take measures to guarantee she won't make another sudden appearance. The law will be on your side. I'll keep that in mind. Now, sign here in thumbprint, please. There. There you go. Is this your actual name you signed here? Yes. I've got nothing to hide after this, after all. True. It's been nice working with you, Inspector Redfin. Oh, shit, it is her. Oh, God, it's her. From the moment I discovered that...
From the moment I discovered that ability, I started running every enemy fire into enemy fire, shooting blindly as I did, and dying on repeat. After a few hundred times of doing that, suddenly there were no more enemy soldiers in front of me. When I look back, I was a war hero. That was only the beginning. After that, I took part in 5 more wars, and I received 4 Medal of Honors. My deaths numbered in the thousands. But for every one of my deaths, I killed 2 of theirs. My entire lifetime was a cycle of death and resurrection on the battlefield. Even now, that comes to an end. My vision's dimming, and even the voices of my children are calling me scattered like a mist. True death has come for me. Finally, even I will be able to sleep that long slumber. Finally, what I've been hoping for this long, long time. Death. I've been on the battlefield far past the age of retirement, but it wasn't about patriotism or honor. I can't say those things played no part in it, but at my very core...
What the fuck? I just realized something's missing. Where is it? Where did that thing go? Oh, it's right there. Okay.
That wasn't my reason. It was just, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't find a way along those peaceful streets in life. I should have died again and again. Yet I lived as if nothing was the matter. To be the only ones to enjoy this life, I simply couldn't bear it. My throat's giving out.
Father.
I wanted to die. That's why I went back onto the battlefield. Yet, that was the wrong choice. I can't die anyway. And the only precious lives of all those young people in front of me, beside me, were lost. I've died 1,000 deaths, and none of them were my last. Yet I brought the final death on many times more than that. Even at the most important of times in your life, I wasn't able to be at your side. I'm sorry. I couldn't even give you what you deserved. If I could get one more chance. If I could only be born once more. I live a new sort of life. One that would give this moment meaning. A life to give my death meaning. That life.
Excuse me, that's my seat.
Hi. Oh, isn't this a lovely coincidence, Nas?
You're still here.
Indeed, my preparations went long, but as you can see, I'm leaving now. It seems you're searching for a hometown as well, giving up on revenge.
I couldn't go through with it, even if I wanted to.
I can't even get close to them until the trial begins. Does that mean you won't be here for the trial?
Whether I'm here or not, the result would be the same. They'll just get a restraining order.
You should get a whole lot more for assault. You avoided jail time in exchange for keeping that man's secrets, no?
Yeah, but he did just as you advised him to.
Dear me. Seems like he told you what I said. Well, I guess I told him no provision about keeping a secret from you.
You're disgusting.
Excuse me.
Always looking down at people, even though you yourself only took that job for money. It's just also gross. You, me, that man's son, the old man himself. Then, in the company of his beloved children, he gets to direct his own touching death, repenting for all of his sins. Yet, none of that makes the dead feel any happier or brings him back to life. It only makes him and only him feel better in the end.
I must have said something funny. Or are you going to look down your nose at me again? Oh, sorry, wrong voice.
I must have said something funny, or else you're gonna turn your nose at me now.
No, I'm just quite a bit relieved is all.
What?
Actually, I'm talking about the train going... I'm actually taking the train in the other direction. My destination is New Mexico. The only reason I took a seat here was to see how you were doing one last time. Seeing how you are now, it seems that, fortunately, you haven't figured it out yet.
Figured out what?
As you and I poked around, figuring out the lieutenant's skill, I deliberately avoided mentioning something. I didn't mention what ending the lieutenant was waiting for him.
What are you...
I have no obligation to tell you what it is, but since it's you, you should be able to figure it out with a little thought.
Please, take your time and chew that over. What's she talking about? The ending that the ending waiting for the lieutenant? Isn't that old man going to die of old age soon? Dying of old age? If his cause of death were old age? No way! He can't. I've got to get back. Ah, the restraining order. Ah.
Ah!
Where am I?
Who are you?
What? What is this?
Daddy? Is that really you, Daddy?
Dear Lord, it's just like the young face of my father I saw in that album. Has we been young again? Daddy, are you talking about me?
Oh, Daddy! God really has granted you a new life.
You can't be serious. This is... not a chance. His resurrection even allows him to come back from dying from old age? His skills allows him to reverse death from old age, and then go back in time until the cause of death was completely eliminated. Has his cells been restored to the moment they were just before he started aging? No, more important than that, my inheritance. Your inheritance? Whose inheritance are you talking about precisely?
But Daddy's been returned to us. So what's all this talk about inheritance? Ah, Daddy, now you can finally get away from war and live in peace with us.
What? I'm not sure what exactly you mean, but peace sounds good. That woman, that inspector, what is she? That damned...
Con artist. Yay.
Hey there.
Oh, hey there. What do you think you're doing? The train's already leaving the station. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Have a nice trip, Ness. Surprisingly, you may have seen straight through the heart of me.
I remember this. This moment, when they play this music, the first time I played it, and then it colors in. You can't tell it's Red Fins without the color anyways. You think it's just some random ass girl, unless you really like just deep dived into it. It's her.
Lieutenant, even if you don't remember, I kept my promise to you. I told you, I grant you a natural death. Now, all those blood-soaked bodies will disappear from your memories, and that spells the end of what I can do for you. Now, with this new life that you've been reborn with, you have to keep the promises you made. I pray for all the deaths that are eventually given. You live the life that has been given back to you.
Honestly, this music, man. You know, you remember the moment in Sapphire Case, the final case, where it's Red Fins and Note on the roof, right? And it's just like, they're playing the music.
You live the life that has been given back to you.
Yay! Stafford Case spin-off, Stafford Reborn. Honestly, I wish they called it like a sequel spin-off. It's not a full spin-off. It's not a full sequel, I mean. It's not a full sequel, but it definitely is like it. You play this after Stafford Case. You 100% do. The thing is, right? I feel like there was a chance where I would have played Stafford Reborn first before Stafford Case, just because it's the shorter game, right? It's a spin-off, right? But I did end up playing Stafford Case first. And man, if I played Stafford Reborn first while playing Stafford Case, I don't know how I would feel about this game. But having played this, the significance of it is drastically improved by that alone. And that's it, right? That's all of us. That's that's Stafford Reborn. Yay! Ah, man. Do we need to do a recap on this? I don't really want to do a recap on this. I think we could just enjoy it for what it was today, since it wasn't really a detective game. Well, it was, but you know, it wasn't what I am usually used to, which is the pointing out clues and stuff. Actually, we did exactly that in this game, but it was short. And honestly, there's not much to. You play this game. Okay, I'll be frank. You play this game because you play Stafford Reborn because you played Stafford Case, right? That's the only reason why you play this game. And you play this game for the story. And not even like the story of, not even like the direct story of, oh god, this guy's dead. This guy is so dead. You play it more for the for Red Fins, right? You play it for Red Fins. God, what an amazing I feel like, to be fair, if I were to judge the actual game, I do think it's a bit lackluster. It is a bit lackluster in terms of like the mechanics of it, you know what I mean? You're just clicking around. But you know, I think it's meant to be that way. The only part that kind of fucked me over was the part where they were like, I gotta kill him as many times as possible. And you know, there's a hint button, right? But like I wish they kind of formatted that better, if anything, right? I like the idea of it. I just wish they formatted it better. I think this game would have taken me like an hour less if I didn't like dwell on that. But yeah, but you mainly play this game for the story. So Stafford Reborn, if you need me to say it out loud, Stafford Reborn takes place after Stafford Case. It's after Redfin's murders the chief and then runs away after she goes onto that ferry to America. She's in America. She's going to New Mexico in order to visit Note's hometown. The Bureau generally doesn't have any jurisdiction over America. I'm pretty sure they only have the most jurisdiction over London, which is why she ran away. And you know, I think they're sending people over there to find her in America, right? So so Redford is over there. She solves the case mainly because she needs the money. I think she did that just because she needed the money and she needed to find out, and she needed a way just to get to New Mexico. You know, $100,000, even like back then, you have to think about it. 1960s, $100,000, that is a fuck ton of money. Like she is going over there and she is balling now, basically. I mean, she's doing her whole like she's still saving, but like, you know, she is balling over there. She got no worries at all. But yeah, it's mostly like I said, you play the game for the overarching story, like who the characters in it and like what it implies in the context of Stafford Case, as opposed to the actual story in the game. The actual story in the game is okay. I think it's honestly pretty comedic, most of it, right? You get to see Redfin's she's kind of a little bit more lighthearted in this sense. She's a little bit more lighthearted in this sense. And I think a part of that is related to, you know, what happened in Stafford Case. And, you know, the whole I don't know. Note was always like, I don't know anything about this lady, and then now here she is just being like silly. When she's not solving the crime, she's being silly. You know, I find it really charming. But yeah, she flees London. Then she goes to wherever she went to in order to solve that case. I forget what it said, but I think they only said it headed for America in Stafford Case. So it goes over to America, somewhere in America. She picks up the case, she solves the case. She makes a deal with both of them, with both the nurse and specifically the son, in order to, you know, get the money. She gets the money, and it's an overall feel good moment. I mean, like, because the guy didn't die. He just resurrected again, obviously. So it was very, very fun. And they get to live their lives. The son loses, the nurse loses, they all lose. losers lose. Red Finns win. Red Fin dub. Fuck those guys. And now she's on her way to New Mexico to meet up with the Notes folks, who I'm pretty sure will be very important. I think they'll be very important characters there. Mainly Notes mentor at the detective place. Be very impressive, but I don't think we're focusing on that in the next game. I'm pretty sure we're focusing on like someone else. And if you want me to be honest, I think we're setting up for a new main character, specifically a new David. And I think we're gonna be meeting up with Brian. That's just my guess, though. The game isn't out yet. This is just speculation. But if you want my thoughts on what might happen, I think we're gonna meet Brian, and then I think we're actually gonna meet at some point down the line. It doesn't have to be the next main game, but I also do think we're gonna meet Note as an antagonist. We either meet Note or the whole phenomena the whole phenomena division as like antagonists. I think is what's gonna happen. Maybe as Red Finns, maybe as someone else. Who knows? But yeah, next game I think we're gonna meet the new David. And we're gonna play as them, and then we're gonna play as Brian, I think, or we're gonna meet Brian at some point, I think. And it's gonna be all good. It's either we meet Brian or we meet Red Finns. Like that's all it is, right? Really, because Thina and Note are confirmed to be just staying back. And we got new horizons to discover, man. There's also Dice Eater, which I haven't played yet, but it came out before Staffer Reborn or Staffer Retro. That I think that's what it's called, right? The next game, Staffer Retro. And I might want to play Staffer. I might want to play Dice Eater before I play Staffer Retro. So. So maybe, just maybe. This art is so good. I wish I actually just sat down and looked at it. The Red Finns art where she's just sitting on the bench. She's just sitting on the bench when it's colored in. It's so nice to look at. It really is. I can't show it on stream though. Not when looking at it on Steam. I wish I could. But yes, with that being said, that'll be it for Staffer Case for a little bit. The second game isn't out, and I don't really plan on playing Dice Eater until the second game comes out. Probably play Dice Eater and then play the second game. But I'm just gonna wait until the next game comes out, which is I don't know. I don't think they've ever said it. Did they set up a page for it? No, they haven't. They just set up the they just made the news announcement is all. Fully voiced, holy crap. Fully voiced Staffer Case, Staffer Reborn for Nintendo Switch is playable starting... Wow, holy crap, it's fully voiced? That's crazy. Yeah, so like Staffer Retro just has this picture of a girl looking. She's probably the main character. But they also put a picture of like, what is this? They put a picture of the timeline, right? Oh, Staffer Dilemma is the name of the last game. And it's of the Bureau being cut in half. Bureau disillusion. Something like that, probably. Yeah, so it's a girl and someone else. I'm trying to see who that is, but I don't know. Okay, but yeah. I think with that being said, I have to talk about what gamer I'm gonna play next. That means, yeah, Staffer is done. So that means we're gonna be starting a new series next week. What should we play? I have an idea already. We're probably gonna play Phoenix Wright. We're bringing back Phoenix Wright. My boy, not Phoenix Wright himself, but we're bringing back a Naruhodo. We're jumping to the past. We're playing as his like great grandfather or something, right? I bought this game like 2 months ago, and I still haven't played it, and it has been eating away at me slowly. Slowly eating away at me. There's a few choices. I could play Phoenix Wright, or honestly, there might be a few other things that I would want to play. I don't know. Where are we at with? Oh no, we're not. We're not even close to finishing with the Kingdom Hearts, which is a good thing. Thank God. I don't have another game for that. So that'll be a while. Maybe we'll do a little intermission game. Actually, maybe. There's one game that I've been kind of interested in playing, so I kind of want to play something. So maybe we'll do an intermission, and then we'll play some Phoenix Wright. I think I said I was gonna play Nirvana Files. Nirvana Files. I was gonna play Somnium Files, but just the whole, not the whole concept of playing that game. I really did like. I liked Somnium Files, the first game, but the fact that they made a sequel just feels weird to me. Kind of reluctant, but you know, it's whatever. I'll play it eventually. Like I have to play it eventually, right? So that's. Yeah, so let's do an intermission game before we play some Phoenix Wright. Sorry, I lied. Yeah, you know, sorry. Just me doing my lying bit. So that, and then is that it? Yeah. Okay, so yeah. Let's go over the schedule. Hello, my name is Hase Utahara. I play games and sing sometimes. Sometimes. But yeah, so today's Thursday. We played Staffer Reborn. We finished Staffer Reborn. So now next week we're just gonna play a little intermission game before we jump into some Phoenix Wright next week. But my next actual stream will be on Saturday. What are we doing Saturday? I have no idea actually. I might do the karaoke that I promised. I didn't promise it, but I was supposed to do it last week, but I didn't. Or there's another game that I want to play. The horror game. One or the other. So one of those, and then we'll come back on Tuesday for some Birth by Sleep. Birth by Slop? Barf by Slop. Kingdom Hearts, where we'll actually just like sit down and, you know, play. You know, love myself some Kingdom Hearts. Who doesn't? Who doesn't like a Kingdom Hearts story? All right, so but yeah, that'll be it for me today. Thank you everybody for watching. If you were watching, thank you. If you didn't watch, that's fine. Honestly, thank you. I think we're ready to end it off here. So thank you everybody for watching. I'm getting out of. Oh shit! I muted myself. I'm getting out of here because I am tired too. Really, I honestly I am. So thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you when you see you guys again. Okay. How do I turn on this music? All right. 3, 2, 1. Loud music. Go. Bye bye everybody. Bye bye. Oh.